All right, welcome to the April 24th Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission meeting. This is a hybrid meeting. I'll turn to Drew to give us the rules of the meeting, please.
Good evening. My name is Drew Bilby, planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the vice chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this meeting has been disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Vice Chair Rexroad.
Thank you, Drew. First item up, receive or amend or approve the action summary of the minutes from the Planning Commission meetings from February 22nd, March 20th, and March 22nd. I have a motion to do that. Moved by Commissioner Duvar. Can I have a second? Mr. Thomas, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Barotto?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvoir?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch? Commissioner Munch? You can't hear.
He's not moving. Oh, there he is.
I don't think he heard it. Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item next, to receive reports from committees that met over the past month. We have two listed. There's a third one on the Wind Ad Hoc Group that I'll give a little bit of an update on. Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Board. Who's here to speak for that? No one? No update? And the Land Development Code Update Steering Committee. Jim, do you have anything you want to add from last time?
Since our last Planning Commission meeting, there was one meeting which was supposed to be the first look at some revised code, but instead what we did is we ran through the scenario of, it's called meeting in a box, on what's going to be taken out in the community to explore various topics for input into update of the actual code language. The meeting in May, which I can't find at the moment, it's towards the end of May, we hope will be the first time we see some new code language focusing on the character of the community of Lawrence, if I remember correctly.
Yep. The meeting's not scheduled yet in May. We still have to get the time or the date for that one, but it'll be a look at hopefully Module 1, which will be the base zoning districts for the city and more or less the preamble, that opening first few kind of bits of the code that, you know, how things are handled, definitions, those things will start kind of coming out, and then we'll go from there. So should be calendar willing end of May when we hopefully get that on the books for her.
So my hope is planning commissioners will watch for that and read through things as they're updated, just to have those in your head before the entire thing comes here eventually. And it's not brand new when it gets here, because that'll be very helpful. We've had multiple occasions when we've had huge code changes that are brand new, and it's hard to do it in a meeting.
Yes. So. Awesome. Thank you. I'll give a quick update on the Wind Ad Hoc Committee. The four members, Charlie, Mike, Prasant, and myself, named to as a subgroup to go focus on the wind regs and return back a recommendation. We've organized now. We're meeting on a weekly basis. We meet with staff and we do our primary code read and review at that time. In addition to that, we have meetings with experts in various fields. So in this past month, we've met with, for example, NextEra had some sound and an environmental scientist in. We took a little bit of time with them. We've met with the community, with the Douglas County Rural Preservation Association on a couple of different occasions, taking feedback, helping to explain what the process is and the approach that we're taking to work on these regs. And in no particular order, a couple of us had gone down, Prashanth and I had an opportunity to tour an operating wind farm at Prairie Queen down in Allen County. So we took advantage of that opportunity. It's a very busy group. We're working on this literally every day. There's activity that's going on as we work through the body of the code and trying to get at the recommendations we'll ultimately make. Coming up is really kind of more of the same. Getting at information, getting at experts to help us understand what that code ought to be. So, anything you guys want to add to that?
Maybe, other than we do plan on meeting, if at all possible, with each of the 9 townships.
Yeah. Yes.
In their location to spread the word.
Indeed. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Are there any other updates? Yes.
Just point of order, I think we're having a little bit of audio trouble leaving the room at this point, so if we could hold for a minute.
I'm spinning around while I'm talking, I would imagine. Sorry.
Oh, no, I think the Zoom has got a bug we need to iron out real quick.
Oh, okay. So hold.
If you don't mind for just a minute.
Okay, sure.
Well, we have Commissioner Munch.
Are you ready? Yes. Drew, are you ready?
Yes.
Our monitors are not on Zoom. Is that okay?
I'll load them up as we go.
So we can go ahead and jump in it?
It'll be, on Zoom, it will be a little muffled, but it looks like it's going to work okay everywhere else for the moment.
All right.
So whatever gremlin is in the machine is not happy.
All right. So back at it. And for you, Jeff, have we received any written communications from the public?
All communications were included as part of your packet this evening.
And written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
Have we received any written action of any waiver request determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
Now, time for disclosure of any ex parte communications from the commissioners for tonight.
We met with the applicant for agenda item 4.
4?
Yep.
Right. Anyone else? Anything to share in that, or?
It was just a good visit.
Okay,
Got a feel for the neighborhood.
very good. Thank you. Same for me. Any other ex parte communications? Any abstentions tonight for the commissioners? Any declaration of abstentions from specific items? None? All right, we come to the time of our meeting for general public comment. General public comment is available for anyone who would like to talk about items that are not on tonight's agenda. So if you'd like to share any ideas, any thoughts with the Planning Commission that's not on those items, now's your time. You'd have 3 minutes each. If you'd like to come to the podium. Don't see anyone. How about online? Oh, Mr. Almond, please.
Hi there. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman. About 2 years ago, on the 25th of August in 2021, staff brought to the Commission a text amendment for land assessment, site assessment, something like that. Land evaluation, site assessment. The purpose of this was to be used to evaluate any potential solar projects that might be coming to the county. At the time, the county was anticipating at least 5 companies. It could be used for other purposes too, but that's why it was brought at that time, at the very same time that a text amendment for the solar regs was brought. At that time, Tonya Voigt said that staff wants it because they want clear language how LISA would be a CUP criteria. Mary Miller said that LISA would be applied to land-intensive CUPs. That was why they brought it then and what they anticipated it being used for. Commissioner Greg Shanklin said that LISA should have been received before the solar text amendment because of the implications of it being used to evaluate solar projects. And he also said that it's a tool to help understand how to preserve an inventory of agricultural land. At that time, because of that, all those reasons, the Planning Commission appointed an ad hoc committee to evaluate and review the LISA text amendment. On that committee were Karen Willey, the chair, Gregory Shanklin, Sharon Ashworth, and Gary Rexroad. At the very same meeting, the commission appointed an ad hoc committee to evaluate the solar regulations. That was also Karen Willey, also Sharon Ashworth, also Gary Rexroad, and then Jim Carpenter. As far as I know, the LISA committee has met maybe once, maybe not at all, I don't know. But I find it kind of troubling that there was a lot of diligent work put into the solar text amendment, And yet, at this date now, 2 years later, we don't have the LISA text amendment to evaluate the solar projects. I find that puzzling and problematic. So I'd be curious to know what the plan is for that LISA text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Anyone else in the room has a comment? Looking online, anyone online on Zoom? If you'd raise your hand digitally or physically. I don't see anyone. Drew, anyone?
Nope.
All right, let's move forward. We'll start into our primary agenda tonight. We have 4 items in front of us. We'll go through the same process with each item. We'll hear first from staff to talk about the item and the recommendations that they've made. We'll open the floor to public comment, and much like we did in general public comment, there'll be a time limit of 3 minutes per person to speak. Let me back up. Staff, applicant will have an opportunity to talk through the project, then public comment, and then an applicant will have a few minutes to respond to that, and then once we've exhausted all the comments in the room, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. And at that time, there won't be any other additional public comment unless one of the commissioners makes a request to hear something further. So with that, the first item up tonight is with the Lecompton Planning Commission, and we need to take an action to recess into a recess from the Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission and reconvene with the Lecompton Planning Commission. Is there anyone from the Lecompton Planning Commission here or online? Do we know if anyone was going to join us? I thought there was maybe one person.
We believe we thought maybe one would, but I don't see that individual on the call or in the room.
So we just stay convened as a joint group. We don't need to worry about quorum or anything on their side, or, all right.
No,
Very good.
Not in attendance, that's okay.
So we are technically in a joint session right now with the Lecompton Planning Commission to consider approving a conditional use permit for limited scale solar energy conversion system located on 12.6 acres in the northeast corner intersection of East 400 and North 1700 roads. Mary Miller is here from staff to talk to us about this item.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Mary Miller, a planner, and I will be sharing my screen here in just a moment. And as you mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a solar energy conversion system. It is within the 3 miles planning area of Lecompton, and we've contacted Lecompton. They thought one planning commissioner may be attending. If they do attend, they can provide comments. They just wouldn't be able to make their own recommendation to the county commission. The solar energy conversion being proposed is a limited scale, which means it's less than 20 acres. This is actually about 12.6 acres. It'll be a part of a larger 117-acre parcel in the northeast corner of the intersection of East 400 and North 1700 roads. It is not within the urban growth area of Lawrence, but it is, as I mentioned, within the planning area of Lecompton, which is shown here in blue. The applicant intends to lease the 12.6 acres rather than dividing it from the larger parcel. This is a tilled parcel, except for the center area where there's a stream corridor, kind of a swale. Some of the key points with this application is, of course, that it's limited scale. With the regulations, there are a few changes made to accommodate limited scale solar energy conversion systems. One is they don't have to provide the wildlife-friendly fencing due to their smaller size. The thought was that wildlife would just go around the facility, and they were not required to provide groundwater testing, but all the other requirements would apply. No battery storage is being proposed for this facility. Rather, the electricity would be transmitted to the transmission lines on East 400 Road down south to the Stoll substation, and this has recently had an approved plan for an expansion. And this facility would be a partnership between Evergy and Free State Electric Cooperative. This is a plan for the solar energy system. It was included in the packet. It would be an unmanned facility, so when it's up and running, there'd be very little traffic there, just maintenance. Most of the traffic would occur when it is under construction. The facility would utilize tracking solar panels, which be arranged as shown, and tracking panels, they just move to track the sun, which is the most efficient type of solar panel. They would not be more than 15 feet tall when fully extended, so it would be a fairly low profile use. As this is a tilled field, no grading is required except for the gravel staging area and the access drive. The site would be fenced with chain link fencing with 3-strand barbed wire on top for security. And as I mentioned, the limited facilities are not required to have wildlife friendly fencing. No lighting is being proposed at the time. The only lighting on site would be when there's nighttime emergency maintenance. However, one of the conditions we're proposing is if they decide to have exterior lighting in the future, that they would have to provide a lighting plan, including the fixtures, so that the lighting could be reviewed to ensure it's not going to result in off-site glare. And that would have to be submitted and approved before any lighting was added. The most impactful time of this facility will be the construction time. They plan it to get it constructed within 6 months. And depending upon the approval time of this CUP, they would like to start in June of 2023 and end in December. And the two primary impacts associated with construction would, one, be the noise. They noted the installation of the H piles would be the loudest part, and that is expected to last for 2 to 3 weeks. And H piles are steel beams. I believe they're square in shape, and they're driven into the ground by pile driving equipment, and that driving is what makes the noise with those. To facilitate this construction, as I mentioned, there'll be a new distribution line crossing 400 Road to tie into the line that's on the west side of the road. The other impact associated with construction would be truck traffic. The heaviest truck traffic is expected during the first 1 to 2 months, and most of that will be hauling materials to the site. They would have standard 18-wheeler trucks. The materials hauling in would not require any special permits. And then they expect to have about 25 semi-trucks hauling in the materials and between 30 and 35 dump trucks to bring in the gravel for the access drive and the laydown yard here that's being proposed. The road and maintenance agreement was provided to the township, and they noted that that was acceptable. Evergy indicated they would be responsible for repairing any damage done during construction. Vehicles would access the site. They'd be coming from Topeka on Highway 40 and then would use East 400 Road to access the site. And in their materials, the applicant noted they are proposing off-site signage warning oncoming traffic on 400 Road of truck traffic. This is not being reviewed or approved with this conditional use permit. Zoning and codes reviews these type of sign applications, and a separate sign permit would be required. And I don't know what the sign code is for off-site signage. I just want to make it clear that we're not reviewing or approving that with this CUP. And then once construction is done, there would be very limited traffic. So the principal impacts would be the additional truck traffic, primarily within the first few months, and the noise of the pile driving. They did provide a vegetation plan, which is required. They noted that it's tilled ground now, so the no soil preparation would be required before they apply the seed mix. They expect to have common weeds, which would require some management. They would be applying herbicides, and the code does require them to use a certified applicator that's certified by the state of Kansas. They're proposing pollinator seed mixes near and under the panels and native seed mixes along the periphery. And then they would manage that with herbicides and mowing. And as far as agrivoltaics, they're planning pollinator plantings, perhaps haying, and then they're looking into the possibility of future grazing, and that would be able to be accommodated on the site without any changes. So when you look at conditional use permits, we always look at the review criteria, and one of those is, what is the zoning and land use of the area? Is the use being proposed compatible with that? The area is primarily zoned Ag 1 or agricultural. There is some Ag 2 zoning along North 1700 Road. The primary uses are agriculture. There are detached dwellings in the area, and then those are the primary, and then there's some woodlands. The proposed use would be compatible with the land uses and zoning in the nearby area, given the low impact passive nature of the solar energy conversion system, the minimal traffic generation expected with the use, and the standards that have been established to minimize potential negative impacts. The next criteria we look at is it compatible, or would it maintain the character of the area? And when we look at this, the term area in this review, we usually look at an area about 1 mile from the subject property. So in this case, we go north to Interstate 70, we go east to East 550 Road, west to 300 Road, and then south to North 1600 Road. That makes up the boundary of the area. And as you can see, there's residences primarily around the perimeter, but then there are some in the interior roads as well. This is primarily an agricultural area. There are some limited, as I mentioned, there's residences. There's some limited non-residential uses. To the south, we have the substation I mentioned earlier. And to the east, we have the Lecompton Fire District building and Township building. And as I mentioned, the proposed solar facility would have a low profile, with solar panels being no more than 15 feet tall. In addition, the use is not a traffic or noise generator. The solar facility would be a low impact use that should not impact the character of the area. Other criteria that we look at is what is the suitability of the property to the uses to which it's currently restricted, and the property is well suited for agricultural uses and is currently in agricultural use. It is also well suited to the proposed use, as it has a very level grade and does not have features that would conflict with the installation of a solar facility, primarily woodlands, wetlands, floodway, or stream corridors. The impact on the natural environment. There are environmentally sensitive lands on the property, which consist of prime farmland and class 2 soils. Solar facilities are permitted on these features, provided there is not grading of more than 5% of the site area, and the site area is the area under the solar panels. And there is no intention to grade under there, and definitely not to exceed the 5%. A cover crop of pollinator or native plants would help to minimize erosion and maintain the health or quality of the soil. With these factors, the facility is not expected to have any negative impact on the natural environment. Due to the nature of the solar facility use, no impacts to community facilities or utilities have been identified. And as for the transportation network, the township trustee has accepted the transportation and road maintenance plan. The zoning regulations allow a maximum time limit of 25 years, and that time limit is being recommended with this CUP. And then we look at the compliance with the zoning regulations. These are all listed. The standards are listed in the appendix to the staff report, and they were all met, except that some of the inner and electrical connections are above ground, where these standards require them to be below ground unless the county commission approves a modification. So the proposed recommendations, conditions note that either the connections would be underground or a modification would be obtained from the county commission. And then we review for compliance with the comprehensive plan. Chapter 2 regarding natural resources, some of their action steps. Action step 3.2 was to develop land use regulations and incentives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the zoning regulations were recently revised to add solar energy conversion systems as the use and develop specific standards for the use. And the intent was to allow the use while minimizing negative impacts. And action step 6.1 was primarily related to the urban environment. It says to adopt a climate change adaptation and mitigation plan incorporating potential climate change scenarios and identifying specific actions to reduce greenhouse gases, risk, and exposure to hazards. While this action step is directly geared toward the built and urban environment, replacing the current coal-fired electric plant in Douglas County with electricity from renewable sources would reduce greenhouse gas emissions countywide. This would benefit both the rural and urban environment. And then in Chapter 3, Growth and Development, we have an action step to minimize agricultural land conversion to other non-agricultural uses and to maintain working lands and high-quality agricultural soils for future generations. With most non-agricultural development, the conversion of agricultural land to another use is non-reversible. Once a change has been made, it's highly unlikely that the land would be returned to agricultural use. However, the standards for the solar energy conversion systems were written with the goal that the facilities could serve as a form of a land bank, and the agricultural land would be maintained either for concurrent agricultural use, such as agrivoltaics, or preserved for future agricultural uses. And staff recommends, based on the findings of fact and presented in the staff report, to forward the application to the County Commission with a recommendation for approval and subject to the conditions. And I'm just going to go over these pretty quickly. They're all listed in the staff report. A 25-year time frame. Condition number 2 regards buffer vegetation on East 400 Road. We commonly, with conditional use permits, like to see some buffering from the use and the roadway. There is existing vegetation, so this condition just notes that if that's ever damaged or removed, it would be replaced by the operator. And then the rest of these conditions listed on this page are just some of those conditions in the zoning regulations that are being placed directly on the CUP for emphasis and just to make sure they're complied with. The signage requirements are noted, the lighting plan. There is a requirement that the sound level generated by the facility cannot exceed 60 decibels at the property line. And so prior to the certificate of occupancy being released, they would have to have a sound test to ensure that that is met. The next condition had to do with those electrical interconnection lines being underground, and that would either be a revision to the plan or a modification from the County Commission. Compliance with local, state, and federal laws, that is a condition that's required in our zoning regulations, and also the resolution for the CUP will also require that as a condition of the CUP. And the soil testing, that's one condition we have that we may want to, we're looking into that a little closer to see if the location of the soil testing is the appropriate location. They're recommending an area just west of the solar panels. And so we've been contacting experts to find out if that's the correct location, or should the soil testing be done directly under the solar panels. So that's a minor change that may occur through the review. And so those conclude the conditions. And the applicant is present, I believe, in person, and I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me.
Mary, thank you. Chris Parr, operative. Is that right? And doesn't have to be Chris, whoever's going to speak for you.
And just a reminder to everybody, because of the Zoom audio, you want to speak directly into the microphones as much as possible.
Perfect.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mary. That was a really good presentation of this project. Can you help me figure out where my PowerPoint is at? I did. It looks like it's right here. Got it. Okay. Perfect. My name is Chris Carey. I'm with PPB Enviro Solutions. We're an environmental consulting firm that Evergy and Free State have brought on to assist them with the permitting associated with this limited scale solar project. Mary really did do a great job of explaining this project. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because I don't want to repeat what she said. I'm going to highlight a few things for your consideration as we move forward tonight. First, I know you guys are currently considering other solar projects in the area. I want to make it very clear to everybody here that this project isn't related to anything that may be happening off of Highway 24 or in that general area. This is a limited scale project associated with Free State that's going to be a distribution scale solar project. That means that the energy developed or generated at this facility is going to tie directly into Free State substation and is going to serve Free State customers right here in our area. So that's an important distinction. One that I'll probably mention a couple times as we move forward, but this really is local energy serving local customers. Mary did mention that this project is going to install the solar panels on H piles. That's going to be the loudest part of this project. That process is going to take 3 to 4 weeks. It's going to be divided up, so it's not going to be 3 to 4 weeks of constant driving of these piles. It's going to be, a week and a half. Our contractor is going to demobilize and then probably come back a week later to finish up. This is the location here. You can see our project area is the red outline. And then we're tying in tying into the distribution line that ties into the Stoll substation. Again, here is a racking detail of showing what the array is going to be. It is going to track through the course of the day. And this is going to be the control panel that's located in the north central part of the site. That's up in this general area up here. This is what the facility looks like, or the property looks like today. You can see Mary mentioned the vegetation that's along 400 Road. That's going to stay as much as possible. And then, as she also mentioned, it's a flat agricultural field, so really ideally suited to what we're trying to accomplish here. And again, we went through the golden factors here. I think Mary covered that in detail, so I don't need to repeat that for you guys this evening. This is a similar project. This is in a more of an urban setting, but this is a similar project of what folks can expect this to look like. Here you see these panels are fixed panels. They're not the rotating tracking panels, but it's vegetated. There's a fence. Our fence is going to be chain link with barbed wire. This obviously doesn't have barbed wire here, but this is generally what we're going to be looking at. And then there are a few things that were brought up in the staff recommendations that I wanted to go through. First, the CUP length. Your regulations very clearly set out that CUPs for solar projects are approved for 25 years. We are asking you guys to consider a variance to allow this to extend to 35 years. The contracts we have in place with the landowner is a 25-year contract with 2 5-year options. And our solar panels and our system is designed to last at least 35 years. So we're asking consideration of a variance to extend that approval period to 35 years without having to come back before the commission for a new CUP. Second, Evergy and Free State are happy to provide whatever training local emergency responders want related to this facility. But this is a small facility. This is a 12-acre facility. It's not a 1,200-acre facility. So annual training may be excessive and may not be warranted here. So what we would propose is that instead of adhering to a stipulated annual training requirement, that Evergy and Free State work with the local emergency responders to come up with a game plan for training that makes sense for them and for this facility. The third item we want to bring up is the request for all of the lines on the property to be installed underground. The only above ground power line is the generator tie-in. And per the zoning regulations for solar farms, those are exempt from the requirement to be installed below ground. So what I provided here is an excerpt from Section O of your zoning regulations. This is Section 12306, 49.05O. And you can see here that all of the lines are supposed to be underground except for the generation tie-in lines from the project to the utility substation. And those are allowed to be above ground. I'm going to scroll back here a few slides. And you can see here, this power line right here is the only above ground electric line. And that comes straight out of the solar farm, is the generator tie-in over to the distribution lines that are going to take it to the solar farm. And in addition to those being exempted, it really does make the project a lot easier to install, to construct, to maintain in the long term if we are able to install those above ground. And then finally, the fourth thing that we'd like to bring up is the idea of compliance reviews. The current staff recommendations call for a compliance review 1 year after the certificate of occupancy, and then every 5 years thereafter over the term of the CUP. It makes sense. We're comfortable with the idea of these types of reviews, but given the limited scale of this project, we have some concerns with some of the language that deal with third-party reviews and the costs that may be associated with those. The staff recommends that these assessments can either be done by the staff or by third-party contractors, with the cost for those reviews to be performed by or to be paid by the operator. In a larger scale situation, that might make sense. But in this case, considering the requirements are fairly straightforward, we'd request the ability for Evergy and Free State to either self-certify that we're complying with the requirements of the regulations, or for county staff to take care of those reviews in-house, or for at the very least for us to reach an agreement on what the reasonable cost is for those third-party reviews ahead of time. So with that, I will open myself up for questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, don't go far. We'll come back to you. Thank you. Like to open the floor to public comment. Public comment be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. If you would please come to the podium. When you're ready, state your name and share your thoughts. We'll look both in the room and online as we go. Is there anyone in the room that'd like to start? Hi there.
Hi. My name is Barry Aronson, and I live in the area, less than half a mile from this project. And listening to both Mary and Chris, what I'm missing is the consideration for the residents of the area. We've lived there 10 years. I know we need solar. But from this point on, all I've seen is cows and tractors. Now I've got something that's 15 feet tall. I'd love to see a little bit more berming, something that hides this tracking type device. And also, what's it going to do to our values over the next decades? We've been here 10 years. It's farm, it's residential, it's simple. Now we have more commercial within the area. We're somewhat bracketed. We have high tension wires that are going to be altered because of the Panasonic plant that are just in back of our property. You've got a regular substation, well taken care of, and now you have this particular piece that might go in a half a mile from us. So I'd like more consideration for the people that live in the area. I'm not seeing a lot of this at all within what Mary gave, what Chris gave. Nothing about the residents, how it will affect us. Need some help.
Thank you, Barry. Anyone else in the room? Look online. Anyone online that cares to speak? I don't see anyone. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Allman?
Hello again, Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. If you've read our agenda item report, you know that we support this CUP. We are kind of concerned about the soil on the site. If this were a considerably larger project, we probably wouldn't look at it favorably, but this is only 12.6 acres, and it appears to us that about 4 or 5 acres are capability 2 soil, which is maybe 25% of the site. 25% of a larger site would be very troubling in our estimation, but we recommend that it be approved with the condition that the operator continues to be Free State Co-op through the duration of the permit. But if they, for whatever reason, may be dissolved, that require that the operations be transferred to another local self-governed, cooperative legal entity. Other than that, we think it's a good project. Like I mentioned earlier this evening, though, we are concerned that you're somewhat handicapped in evaluating the soil on this site because you do not have the LISA tool at your disposal now. Fortunately, this is, like I said earlier, a smaller project. The implications aren't as severe as it would be if it were a larger project. But right now, basically the only data points that we can think of are that on the soils is that it's a small project. The quantity of 1 and 2 soils is very small, and you have Web Soil Survey soil type numbers listing their general capabilities, but that's about it. So we're supporting the application given that caveat. We can't discern at this point the physical movement of that electricity. We see this as potentially, it seems to be a community solar project, and that's why we're favorable to it. It's self-governed, self-operated by Free State, although it is owned by Evergy. But we are very favorable to community solar as opposed to utility scale solar. So that's basically the reason why we support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Anyone else in the room care to speak?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Chris Parr. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Free State Electric.
Hey, Chris, so you're with the applicant, correct?
I am.
All right, so I'm going to ask, right now we're taking general public comment, or public comment specific to this. You'll have an opportunity to come back up before we bring it back to the commission. Okay. Sorry for that.
No problem.
Thank you for understanding. Anyone else from the public cares to speak to this tonight? Anyone else online? I don't see anyone. Drew, do you?
Nope.
All right, well, I chased you off too soon. You're next up. Sorry about that, Chris.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll be brief, but just a couple things about why this project is important to Free State and our members. We serve 1,362 meters and service points off a Stoll substation. And like Chris said, this is a local distribution project that brings that power local to our members. It is a community scale solar project tied into distribution level. Just to give you perspective on what this site can do from a savings perspective. So we have an all requirements wholesale power contract with Evergy to purchase the energy, so we are entering into a purchase power agreement with Evergy, and we can actually purchase this energy at about half the cost of what I pay for solar. So given demand and the weather, you're looking at north of $170,000 of energy savings annually. So when we talked a little bit about the CUP length, working with the local landowner on our lease, we are hoping to get beyond that 25-year mark, and what that does is it brings our overall levelized costs down, and it optimizes that. And the life of these assets, some of these assets only last, like the inverters would last only 15 years. So after 15 years, we're going to replace those components, and so that asset life is going to go beyond that 25-year mark. So that was kind of a key point. The lease is a key point of it to maximize that lease with the landowner, and then the life of the assets to maximize the overall cost of the site. Couple other the other things on the overhead to underground. I think we're all aware of all the supply chain issues that are going on out in the industry right now, or you should be aware. Overhead components are much easier to get a hold of, but more effectively, being a member-owned electric cooperative, affordability and cost is really important to us. And when you're looking at pad mount transverses, transformers versus overhead transformers, you're looking at doubling the cost of these assets out there. If you have to do a pad mount recloser to tie that, and what Chris was showing you, that distribution tie into our three-phase system to get it back to our Stoll sub, you're looking at just a few overhead poles and some conductor there to get into that three-phase. So just a small amount of assets, but that keeps that cost down for our members. So that was just a real important point. And again, on the compliance reviews, so this will be, we're limited on how much solar we can install based on our power contract. So this is our third site in our West District. We have 5. This will be the fifth and final site for us. We have 2 on our East District side, so we'll have about just under 5 megawatts of solar generation installed. And we've worked with local fire departments, EMT. We've done trainings and things like that. And so we're happy to continue to do that because safety is utmost important. So I just would appreciate your consideration on that requirement as well. So,
Thank you, Chris.
thank you.
And with that, it comes back to the commission. Are there any comments? Well, let me make a comment, I guess. This represents, I think, the first application for a commercial solar project since the regulations were rewritten and adopted as our code. It's a conditional use permit. There's 9 criteria that are out there that are part of our packet and that Mary has gone through. Not limited to it, but certainly we need to consider all of those as part of the decision. So with that, is there anyone that would like to get started?
To just respond to the neighbor, has the applicant made an effort to reach out to neighbors within a reasonable distance of the proposed site? Like a public meeting or some such?
We did. We sent letters out to area residents to inform them of the project and provided opportunities for people to reach out and get more information if they had questions.
But no public meeting?
We did not have a public meeting.
Okay.
We didn't, honestly, unless someone tells me any different, we didn't have anyone respond to any of our outreach efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I have a question. Being new, I'm like relatively new on the Planning Commission, and since I wasn't here when you did the solar regulations and had that conversation, but since this is the first project of that sort, I'm very interested actually in the history of why the solar regs were completed but not the LSECS, and just looking around a little bit on what that is and how that would help. Being a representative of the county, I think that's really important, and it sounds like that's where we would evaluate, not necessarily in like a small project as this, but other really important factors. So why was that stalled and the regs gone through, and now that we have our first project in front of us, like how do we handle that disconnect, or how should I, as someone who doesn't know that history, handle that disconnect?
I can, being on that committee, I think I'm the only one here that was on that. Was that?
You're the only one here.
Yeah, only one here. Sharon was there, and Karen and Greg, of course, are off. So those items did come up. I think it was in the same meeting, actually, when both of those items were brought forward. And the concept of the LSECS tool was offered as something for us to evaluate, to consider if we wanted to invest in development of and to bring it into some degree of use for evaluating land on any number of applications, not just a solar project. And it wasn't, they came at the same time, probably brought with that idea in mind, but there was never a condition. It wasn't tied to, it wasn't stalled or delayed. We met, I don't know, 2 or 3 times. It's been almost 2 years ago now. We met 2 or 3 times, worked through the data, and came up with some preliminary conclusions on the quality of the data that was in the system, the amount of effort that it would take to maintain the data that was in the system as things would change, and ultimately decided to stop pressing forward on that hold it for a different time, which we just haven't come back to yet, just because of all the complexity of it. And at that time, a general sense that we were unsure of its value in helping us to really precisely make a land use quality assessment. Now, in fact, we just last week in prep for this meeting, we're talking about future items. That was brought back up again, that it's an open switch that we do need to close, but in no way was it set aside for any other reason than it was the amount of work we judged that it would take to make this thing a productive tool outweighed the other work that we had in front of us at the time.
Yeah, I don't mean to imply that it was some nefarious reason by any means at all. It just certainly seems like that would be a good tool for what is now before us. And now here we are being asked to make really important long-term decisions on some pretty large-scale stuff. And so that just seems like something that would be worth
So let me
hearing from staff about, or figuring out if it is something that is something that would be helpful.
So I'll yield to staff. Before I do that, let me share with you that the components or the inputs to that are class of soil in various places, and then it provides an aggregate of what that looks like. In this particular case, we've got a very small known piece. The LSECS system itself wouldn't add or take away from any of what we know about that. One. The second thing I'd offer is that the direction that we went with the regs for solar was to assure that regardless the class of soil that was at the site, that the work was done in a way that would not degrade or harm the soil. We insisted on pilings, we insisted on no grading, we insisted on the right types of vegetation and the right makeup of the panels themselves. All of that's inside of the regs today, so that the quality of the soil and what it might be on it was not about losing that soil, because at the time of decommission, that soil was banked at, or some would say even improved, have the opportunity to improve conditions over the years. So with that, I'll stop on that. That was the logic behind the work in solar and how it connected to LESA.
Okay, great.
I don't know if anybody
We had the discussion about should we wait for the LISA tool to complete the solar, and the decision was no, not to wait for it, because in looking at what areas were most likely going to be proposed, the vast majority were going to be flat class 1 and 2 soils. We already knew they were going to be the best farmland, which is why we just set that aside to see if, partly because it looked like it was going to be maintaining a database that was going to be nearly impossible to maintain when you came down to the small units that had to be looked at if you had a very large-scale project. It just seemed a little bit redundant, which is why we focused on, we have the maximum height of 15 feet. However, the county commission has the ability to give a variance for certain to keep them flat. So this was to minimize the grading. So if you've got swales, if you've got dips in the land, you can raise certain panels to be even with the rest of the line within so much. The county commission has discretion up to a certain amount. Why there were going to be driven pylons, which we realized was going to be a lot of noise at the beginning, but it was going to cause the least amount of disturbance to the ag soil. Why we insisted on the agrovoltaic component. In this case, it looks like mostly wildflowers for pollinators, which could open up the ability for apiaries, possibility in the future for some grazing, but this site's too small really for grazing, but it's not too small for apiaries, so or getting some native plants out there growing. Will it serve as a carbon sink during the duration of it, so we might actually create better soil? There's other matters about the duration of the COP I'll get to later, but these are all the things that we looked at, and we decided LISA wasn't really going to benefit us much because we put in all these other protections trying to protect the quality of the soil for the future. That's going to be a huge problem when it comes to looking at wind turbines because of what has to happen. So that's something the Commission is going to have to really look at hard in comparing these two types of renewable energy sources and their impact on the ag lands. LISA might turn out to be more important when it comes to wind turbines than it is for our particular solar regs. But we did have a lot of discussion about this. And, you know, this was also subcommittee work and before you were here. So happy to explain it while we can still explain what happened. But we did turn, that's why we aren't allowing grading beyond a certain amount, why they're staying off of steep slopes, we're pulling them back from floodways, unless you provide the wildlife corridor along the floodway. There's all kinds of protections in there for the current land quality and the potential to return that to possibly even more productive land if solar is a technology that goes out of vogue and leaves. So.
Great. And not that it has to do with this, but wind was also something that was in my mind. Just having heard about this, looked at this, it was also like the idea of what does that mean, not just for what we're currently looking at, but.
Right. So all those that Mary listed as our conditions, every one of those represented at least one meeting of the subgroup and probably meeting with representatives from various constituency groups and multiple drafts until we came up with what we have before us. As Commissioner Rexer had said, this is the first one of any sort to make use of these regulations. So we're going to see where the rubber hits the road and where there might be some potential issues that might prompt possible future amendments for the various scales and everything else. So it's going to be a very interesting project to watch.
Thank you.
Great question. Anything else right now?
Not at the moment, no.
All right.
I have a question.
Pedro, yes.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for staff. Basically, I want to focus on the applicant that mentioned that he has no plans to install battery storage. But all the way from June to December, if the applicant changes its mind and says, hey, you know what, I do need batteries here, how will the applicant be allowed to do that, first? And second, if the applicant is allowed to do it, how would that play out with the 60 decibel limit for the noise level? Will the city allow them for that level to be higher, or will it remain the same?
I believe your question was, could they add a battery storage to the CUP later if they decided to? And if so, how would it affect the decibel level? That decibel level is set regardless of what's on the site. So they couldn't exceed it even if they had battery storage. Battery storage would require a revision, and I believe it would probably be a revised CUP. They're not actually changing the use from the solar energy conversion, but we have a lot of standards in the CUP use directly for battery storage. And so since that's a very major change, I believe it would take a revised conditional use permit. Some changes can be done with a site plan, which go to the county commission rather than to the planning commission first. So I think this would come to the level that it would just have to be a revised CUP because it's being portrayed as not having battery storage, and that's a pretty big component of these facilities.
Thank you so much.
Mary, we have a whole section in the solar code address storage, correct?
Yes, we do. We have a lot of standards for batteries. And so if the changes would occur, those standards would apply regardless of how it was processed. But I think it would be a major enough change. It probably would take an amendment to the CUP.
Yeah, I would just add, I'm thinking ahead to whatever, information we telegraph to the county commission that, having been on the subcommittee, I would see that as a major change since it's not requested in the current CUP, and that is a big change because that's additional fire safety training. I mean, everything that we have listed for that. and different governmental reviews. It's all kinds of things that come into play. So preliminarily, I think that would be a major change that would require a brand new CUP.
I'd agree. Any other questions? I've got one. I'll jump in here. A couple maybe. Think about how you prep the site. Walking the site for the applicant, walking the site this weekend, it seemed clear that there was some significant drainage and erosion that had occurred, and you look at the maps, it looks like that's a common thing. I'm curious how you plan to manage erosion in that area once the site's set up. Then come on up, please. And while you're coming to the second question I'd like you to get at is, there's a restriction on grading. That restriction on grading to 5% of the site area is a part of our commitment to maintain the soils as is. How will you work with the terracing that exists out there?
So to get to your first question, as part of our planting process, we've already developed an erosion and sediment control plan that'll be put into place. Like Mary mentioned, we don't need to file a notice of intent for stormwater discharge because we don't have more than an acre of land disturbance. So as part of our plantings, as part of our construction process, we're going to implement appropriate stormwater BMPs to make sure that we don't have that continued erosion. We don't want that any more than you guys do. I'm sorry, your second question? Repeat one more time.
We have a commitment to maintaining the soils, and part of that is in limiting the amount of surface that can be graded. Given there's can't be more than 5% of a site area, how do you plan to manage working with the terraces that are out there on that field?
I don't anticipate that being an issue. I know that's something that's been looked at through our engineering process, and I don't anticipate that that's being an issue as we move forward.
When you say it's not an issue, does that mean that you leave them in place and you just work with the natural terrain? All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Can I ask a follow-up, Gary? Please. So as far as your planting of pollinators, do you guys have experience at other sites doing this? I mean, is it like what's been your experience with maybe a similar site where you have this kind of an erosion prevention measure? Does it work well?
I think you saw the photos in my presentation from the Baldwin City site, and that one has obviously taken hold fairly well.
It's a similar thing there as far as you have pollinators?
Right.
I see.
Great. I think this is a question for staff, but maybe hang around. Hey, Mary, thinking about the bonding that's in place, that's called out here, there's a specific number that's named in this CUP request. How is that number, not just how is it determined now, but what remedy does the county have should we get X decades down the road and the cost of reclamation has changed? How do we assure that we've got the right bonded amount out there?
The county will contract with an independent third party for estimated decommissioning and reclamation costs at the applicant's expense. So while the applicant provided their estimate, the county will contract with someone to get theirs. And it will include a mechanism for adjustment over the life of the project. It will be adjusted for inflation annually. And then every 5 years, they will engage a qualified individual to recalculate the estimated cost of decommissioning. And then every year for the final 5 years of the CUP. So there'll be a lot of oversight and review of this bond amount.
Okay, Mary, thank you. I've got a couple other questions. Is it okay?
Oh, wait.
Oh, go ahead, please.
It might be the same thing. The applicant had requested 4 different changes to the CUP, which, Mary, I am assuming those are not in our purview to consider, right? As far as the extension of the CUP, the training requirement, the above ground, and the review feature, are those things that we can even consider today? Or, is that, any thoughts on that?
Some of those are, the regulations, they set out modifications the county commission can approve, but they're pretty limited, and the time limit isn't one of those. They could request that, and we'd have to talk to the county councilor. Since it's not listed as a modification, I don't think that they could approve it, but I would check with the county councilor on that. As far as having a more relaxed training schedule, they could actually work that out with the fire district and the emergency personnel, call them, meet with them, and see what level of training they want annually. And we don't have to actually write that into the regulations. The third one about the overhead connection lines, that may have been my error in not understanding exactly what their lines were, that it was a generation tie-in, but it sounds like that is able to be overhead, so that condition could be removed. And the fact that they would like to have staff reviews rather than third-party reviews, that does make sense since it's a smaller project. The third-party review, I think, was put in place primarily for fear of the amount of work that would be involved for staff to review maybe an 800-acre facility. But a 12-acre facility, I think staff would be able to do those reviews. So if you wanted to suggest a condition that the reviews would be conducted by staff rather than having a third party, both options are available, so you could recommend that staff review them. So the third and fourth condition, you could definitely make those changes.
So Commissioner Duver, when we get to it, I'll step through each one of those, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss and decide if we want to add or change language. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
It goes to it? Okay. Anyone else down here that wants to jump in? No? A couple more questions. The reg calls for 60 dB, I think A, at the property line. What's the source of sound from that farm, and what is the true reading at the property line?
The loudest equipment on the site is going to be the inverters. And if you remember, the inverters were located kind of in the central part of the site on the north side, quite a ways back from the road. And those emit 69 decibels.
What was the number?
69.
69?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's quite a ways away from the road. We don't anticipate any issues at all meeting the 60 decibel threshold.
And that's probably why, that's where the transmission line connects from the inverter, where you want that to be above ground. Okay, gotcha.
Can I follow up on that?
Please.
I have a really dumb question because I know nothing about sound. I'm assuming that that's total, meaning like collectively, if there are a bunch of them and they're all at a certain decibel and they don't create a louder sound than that, but like the entire sound being emitted from whatever is going is the 69. Does that make sense? Like versus.
In the way.
Does my question make sense?
Is it cumulative?
Is it a cumulative 69, or is it like each one is has that decibel?
So each one is 69 decibels, and we're going to have 10.
And so then collectively, all 10 together, what would that be?
Well, at the actual inverter, it'd be 10 times 69, so 690.
Okay.
We don't anticipate that that's going to be an issue, even with that number at the fence line.
Okay, so because of how far removed it will be, it will then dissipate.
And that's something like Mary mentioned that we'll have to demonstrate.
Just wasn't sure how that worked. Thank you.
Other questions? Any concerns? Any questions around the criteria that that anyone wants to question, talk through, or any other topic?
I just want to mention the public comment talked about possible embankments as screening. We did have a discussion about that, which all would require additional grading, and that's what we were trying not to have. So instead, what happens with conditional permits, because of the public notice, is individuals that think that there's going to be an impact on their property by site, they can contact staff and work with staff and the applicant on appropriate screening if that's necessary, and that's something that would be added later. But we kind of ruled against embankments because of the grading at the beginning, which is why they're not required in the code. specifically back to that grading issue to minimize the amount of disruption of the actual soils. So that is something that if it is a concern, please contact Mary and with the concerns, and they can have a look at that particular line of sight and see if there's something that might end up being required.
Any requests for grading above the 5%, how would that be handled? Who does that go to? And what is kind of the assurance that those regulations that are trying to take that into consideration are actually followed?
The request in the code, and Mary will correct me, but I was there. So that would be a request made to the county commission for a variance, which the county commission would have the opportunity to send it to the planning commission for public input and review and recommendation, or make a decision on their own, depending on what's involved.
But it would be a public process.
It would be a public process.
And a plan submitted ahead of time. I just frankly, I'm concerned about making sure that we follow up and that people are compliant with that plan, because once it's done, it's done. You can't undo it.
Right, and I would say that's my biggest concern about this particular project. I think I'm excited to see the, especially the local aspect of it and bringing it back to local customers. That's like fantastic. I'm excited about that. But I'm just a little worried about the class 1 and class 2 soils, but it does sound like it's such a small amount and there are protections built in. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how we make sure that those protections stay in effect.
I'm excited to see this go from beginning to end.
That will visit at the review periods.
Yeah.
That's why we have the review periods.
Yeah. If there are any other questions about, so what I do now is let's step through these 4 requests that were made.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. But Mike.
I don't want to sit up here and correct you, but 10 devices at 69 decibels each is not 690 decibels, because 690 decibels would pretty much like bring the building down here, because a jet engine is 120. So
Yeah,
I
you're
think what
right.
you're saying is a 10 at 69 is still 69.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Okay.
I'm obviously
All right.
not.
I just wanted to make sure of that.
My apologies.
Based on the sound engineers that we've been talking to about
Yeah.
wind, I just wanted to make sure of that. Okay.
Caught that as well.
Okay.
Okay, so then I had another question. I noticed further on in the agenda, we had a CUP, and a part of it was actually that it goes with the ownership of the property. If I remember that correctly, as I was reading through that, and I was always under the impression that the whole point of it, like many of the issues that we have with CUPs when they come through is that they run with the land, and that even if someone else were to purchase the land, the CUP is still good for the chunk of time. So I had some questions about that, and then particularly with some comments that went on today about the request that perhaps we make sure that it stays local solar. So I just know if that staff could speak to that, or if people who have more experience with CUPs, but I didn't even know that was really an option until I read further on into the agenda, and I'm just really curious about that, since the wonderful thing about this is the local aspect, for me anyways, is the local aspect of renewable energy. So I'm not sure who that's directed to, but I'd love to know more about it.
I think Mary can do that, because there's a code section regarding that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that. When the regulations are designed, there's a special provision that states if the operator changes, that it has to go back to the county commission so they can review the new operator, make sure they have the finances and the reputation, the experience to do the job. So there is a provision. It doesn't state that the CUP dies if the operator changes, but that the new operator has to be reviewed and approved. So that it just can't change to anyone. And I don't think the focus is trying to keep the electricity in a certain location, but just to make sure we have a good qualified operator.
I just add, these regulations were written to kind of set them apart from the all other CUP process, by having its own definition section and referring back and to review patterns with the county commission and what they could do and not do. And that was one of the specific things that's in this type of CUP, and I anticipate it will also remain or be part of the wind turbine discussion, that it would also review transfer of ownership
Following that
because of the size, scope, and impact of these projects separated them from anything else.
Yeah, and so while we're on that, I think one of the conditions, I don't remember which number it was now, but I was actually confused the way that it was written. Is it approval, the county commission approves it, or is it that they get notice of it? Because getting notice of something, reviewing something is very different than approving something. And the language of one of the conditions actually confused me as to which that was. So that would be helpful. Is it review, Jim, or approve?
I think Mary's looking up the language.
Okay, great.
And just a reminder for the commission to speak into the microphone because we are having issues on Zoom.
I think that's on number 13. And the language is may approve.
Let's see. You're typing,
At number 13, specifically the second paragraph. Does that answer the question?
well, I guess if the regulation answers it. So this is where I was confused before we were talking about the actual, because it says that they will notify them, and then it says that they may approve. And so I was just wondering, is there language somewhere that says there is an approval process? Or may they approve it, or may they not? Sorry, it's the lawyer.
Yes.
No,
that's the operative word, may. It doesn't say they shall approve it upon notice. It says they may, because they have to review it and make a decision. And I guess Mary might find the actual code section for that, but she did mention the various elements of that we would hope they would take into consideration as they consider it.
I think your concern is that it would somehow casually transfer without a specific approval being made.
Yes, or
and I can tell you that everything that we've done, our intention was that a specific approval be made.
Will trigger it will be on an agenda for public comment.
Okay.
Just about any change will trigger that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I did find that finally the section of the code, it says the Board of County Commissioners may approve the transfer operator if they find they have demonstrated their ability to conform to all applicable performance standards detailed in these regulations, as well as all other local, state, and federal laws. So they may approve it. They don't have to. If they find they don't comply, they would not approve it. So before it can change, the County Commission does have to approve it.
But they do have to make specific findings before they make a final decision.
And if they don't approve it, then the CUP is no longer valid.
Oh, it's still valid with the current operator.
Right, just not a future one. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Questions?
Good for the moment. This is a lot.
It is.
Oh, this is
All right.
good. This is the first time. So, and there are a couple more possibly in the pipeline, so it's important to ask them all.
And I'm not trying to race past, so you stop, you come back anytime you want. What I thought we might do is step through the 4 requests that were made by the applicant and see if there's any concern about those, or if we want to propose any changes to the language. The first request that was made was for a change in the duration from 25 to 35 years. Mary's comment on that was that we don't have language in the regulations that provide for that, so I'm not sure that we can, on this body, offer it. I do have one question, though. I'd like to, just for the record, for County Commission, as they might be hearing it. You'd made a comment about wanting that change because how it affects your cost model. How does that then translate to your consumers, the people out there that are paying you a free state bill?
I'll let Chris handle that.
One of the benefits maybe of a local source is, does that lower Charlie's light bill?
Absolutely. So basically, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but over that 35 life, so that There's O&M components to the project, so as things are added or changed and work's being done, there's a cost to that. So that price per kilowatt hour that I'm purchasing that energy starts a little higher, and then it trends down over the life of that. And so what that does from a rate perspective is if there's any delta for the cost that I'm buying that wholesale power, if there's a difference there, that's going to be a less difference that I can keep back for our members. So there will be a direct rate impact on that cost of the energy there.
Thank you. I wish that was something that we had the opportunity to discuss as an option. We designed these regulations with multiple decades in mind, and whether it's 25 or 35, that same rigor throughout time remains. So my sense is that the risk to the county is low. The opportunity for benefit for residents is present. So that's something that I think you're going to need to bring to the Board of County Commissioners in a request.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The second item that you had was a change in the training requirements to be, what I might note says to be less intensive. And I think your point was that the way we'd written regulations was on a 1,000-acre scale, and this being 12.7, that something less than that would be in order.
Yes, so like I say, we have 2 sites in Shawnee County, one in Jefferson County and one in Leavenworth County. We work and those sites our most recent sites are in Shawnee County, and so we've scheduled training with the local EMT and fire to come out and just see, what how to adequately, obviously we're gonna as the utility, we're gonna disconnect that generator system so that it's completely dead. But if there's a fire out there, what are the safety risks? What training programs, what do they require as they bring new employees into the system? How do we keep them up to date on that? And so we meet with them regularly on a regular basis anyhow. So we're just looking to some maybe annual might be extensive. It might be, hey, we'll meet with, if they ask and they call us, we'll come out actually at any time, but maybe make it a couple years, something like that.
So your specific suggestion would be to strike annual and replace it with on demand?
Or as needed, yeah.
All right. So to the commissioners,
I'm just going to say annual was put in there at the specific request of the fire chiefs and Douglas County Emergency Management. Whether they want to say we don't need it this year or not, I think Marion implied that is well within their authority. We don't need training this year. We have it. You don't have a huge one. They're probably going to want to come out there at least once.
Sure.
It's a new thing here, but they may not have to come out as often as if you had battery storage or multiple transformers or things like that. But I think having yearly contact with them, and then they can say, we don't need it. But we also have in there that, that would be special equipment will be supplied, and I don't know if you have special equipment that's needed for emergency management in this scale, but it's there, and I'm not inclined to go against what was specifically there at the request of the chiefs.
Yeah.
But,
And just to be sure, this is city. This would be the city that would be responding, not a township.
the county.
County. I mean, I'm just curious because I'm wondering.
these were chiefs from all the townships, everybody, Central Command, Emergency Management, everybody was involved.
Yes, I just mean who location-wise, I was just wondering who would be responsible for responding to a fire at this location.
There's a rural fire station.
Because I think it's fire district. It's a consolidated. Yeah,
It is. It's
which
consolidated one.
yeah. So to me, that's even more important.
County Emergency Management would be involved too.
Usually volunteers.
Yeah.
That's why Emergency Management's involved with all of it.
Most of them
The
are,
pros
yeah.
at the
Well, if they choose to respond. So that's why I think it would be really important to stay in touch with the local fire district and let them decide how much training was necessary. Just being out in the county, I think that's really important.
Other thoughts? So on this item, are we saying that we believe that there's enough inherent flexibility in their ability to work with the local fire departments that
I believe so.
your ask is inherent in it?
I think as long as there's contact on a yearly basis, they're going to make a decision. And if it requires something from the fire district that says we don't need to do it this year, they can submit that to county zoning and codes, and that would probably satisfy the requirement without having to modify anything in this specific CUP.
I'm nervous about it the first time out, too.
Yeah, but they're going to go out at least once.
And I get that it's a smaller scale, but it's also something that's very, very different than anything these folks deal with.
We also know they prefer if it was all gravel. So you couldn't have a fire at all.
Chris, does that make sense?
Sure.
On that particular item? On number 3, that you wanted that connection line to be above ground from the midpoint of the project where the inverters are to across the road where the transmission line is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we're considering it a generator tie line and to get back to the substation.
All right. And wasn't there, Mary, help me with this, wasn't there an item in one of the conditions that talked about lines being underground unless a request with justification was approved by the county commissioner? Would that condition provide them that request?
Actually, the information they provided that was a generation tie-in. The conditions note that those can be above ground. So when I wrote that condition, I didn't know that was considered a generation tie-in. So I think that could be removed. It wouldn't require a modification because it would be allowed.
So what specifically would be removed in a motion, Mary?
Well, the first, I look at my staff report. In the first condition, there's one condition that says that the above ground lines would either be put below ground or a modification would be obtained from the county commission. That one would be struck. And also in the conditions, there's one that just states that about all electrical connections would be below ground. And that one.
What numbers?
Number 10.
Yeah, thank you.
Because this wouldn't really be that. You know, it doesn't fall under that.
So 10, and what was the other one that would be struck?
I believe it was number 2, but I could be wrong. I don't have
1A.
yet right now.
1A.
I get it, but it would be the
1A.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have a 1A.
one of the first ones that says either the lines would be put below ground or they would get a modification from the county commission. So that one could be removed completely.
Given this new information, commissioners?
This was also part of fire and emergency management concerns between overhead and underground. I don't know if we have the technical information. I think maybe if we note it, is that something that can be examined between us, our action and presentation to the county commission so they could choose to modify or strip it once they have technical information or input from the proper people? Is that unheard of, or do we have to give direction that additional information be collected to be presented at the county commission meeting about this topic?
Did you catch that, Mary?
No, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Well, the question is, I just think, I know that the underlined cables were part of the concerns of the fire chiefs because it reduced fire risk. And I don't know if we have the technical information. It sounds like, staff made some determinations based on what was in front of them. And now maybe we need to re-examine that. And I don't know if we have the information here that we need. I don't want to defer it for that. But is that something that the information could be collected and presented of a possible modification when it goes to the county commission? Do we have to note that we request that happen?
that's a very good idea, right? We could look into it and see if it is a tie-in, what they call the tie-in line, then we could recommend to the county commission that we just strike it. If not, if it's something else, we could get some expert opinion and be able to give them some advice on that. So that's a good idea, just for us to look into that further before we decide what to do. Is that?
Yeah, we don't have any staff electrical engineers or planning commissioners with electrical engineering backgrounds, so I'm hesitant on this one.
So basically, we leave 1A in place, which says, show a plan. Is that right?
Yeah, they can address that. You know, we're making a recommendation based on what we have, and if additional information goes to the county, they can make a decision based on the expert input that we don't have tonight. Because otherwise, we'd be deferring this for 2 months,
Right.
and then another month before it gets to the county commission. So I don't want to do
So then
that.
is the action then, Jim, do you think, for the applicant to work with Mary to get that completely cleared so that when it comes before the county commissioners, it is a part of the recommendation as opposed to a variance request?
I think that would be a better route. Is that something that sounds reasonable to the applicant?
Yeah, I think we can definitely work with Mary.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't see an issue. I think she'll see our point.
Can we use that same logic for all 4 requests? Since
Well-
it's all something that, I mean, it's new information for us, right? I mean, can they just work with Mary to...
1, 2, and 3 are not new to us.
Oh, I see.
Number 3 seems very technical, though.
Yeah.
What's the definition?
We want
What
one
fits
more.
in the definition?
On that, though, it's my understanding that they can seek them. We don't really actually have to change it. 1A, it allows them to seek a modification, and that's all they're doing, right, is seeking a modification. And then it's 10 that we're looking at, really, we're just looking, it's my understanding that you're just looking for a modification for one wire or one line, not all lines.
So,
Because there's a difference to me whether we're talking about having one interconnection versus having all of them. And I got from what you were saying that it was just going to be one.
we don't actually believe that we need a modification because we think your regs are very clear regarding a generation tie-in line, which is the line that goes from the solar farm to the substation. So I think your regs are very, very clear. And I think Mary and I will be able to talk that out in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's,
Isn't that what you highlighted in yellow?
I did.
on the- Correct. Yeah.
And so it very clearly says, I mean, I have it right here, generation tie lines from the project substation to a utility substation may be above ground. So from the project to the substation can be above ground. So we think that's very clear. And I think we're happy to talk to Mary about it. We don't anticipate any issues in that discussion. But we don't think we need a modification from or a variance from the regulations. We just want to do this work in accordance with the regulations.
Yeah, I think so. I just was wondering if it was all or just we're talking about one line. So thank you.
Item last, there was a request that the reviews be something that instead of being by an outside third party, that it's something that shifts to work that staff provides. I'm paraphrasing.
I see Carl's with us. Carl, can you hear us and join? Or not? We'll go with Mary first then. Isn't a regulation written that if the county feels that they can't do it, that's when they contract with an outside third party?
Yes, it basically says they may use a third party. It doesn't require a third party. And so staff, something of 12 acres, I think staff could do the review, but, does leave the option open if they didn't feel able to, whether it's because of workload or just because of the type of review, they could contract with a third party. So I think the applicant would like to just ensure the staff does the review.
Something that,
Than having the option of a third party.
but something this small, I mean, that outside review is going to happen as part of the final approval for all the different plans that have to be there. So these annual reviews, this size is small enough that it may not cause any problem for staff to actually go by and look at it, so there wouldn't be third parties. And I see Carl's joined us. He's with County Codes and Enforcement, so can you weigh in on that, Carl?
Sorry about that. Could you repeat the question, please? I'm having issues with audio.
Yeah, I think everyone on Zoom is. The question is, there's a concern by the applicant that the cost of having third-party reviews every 5 years could be cost prohibitive. But as we talked with Mary here, the code's written that third parties may be used by county code enforcement if necessary. Is that your understanding? And they're not required. We got no sound.
Mary, I might need your help with this one.
Yeah, they are not required. The code says that we may have third parties, and I think we put that in because we were thinking about 800 to 1,000 acre applications coming in, and being able to do a review every 5 years, that's huge, and being able to get it done timely. So we wanted to make sure in the large ones we could get third parties. I don't think we'd have an issue with doing a 12-acre review. There's not that much to go through. And I don't know, Carl hasn't had time, to think about this question, I don't think. I think he'd want to look into it before he committed to it.
That's right.
Yeah, but I think it's something we could consider for sure.
But Carl, we like putting everybody on the spot here, so. But, my interpretation of how we wrote this is we aren't going to probably won't have third-party reviews on something this size. It doesn't.
But in the scenarios where we don't know what we don't know.
Right, well, we'll find out. If it comes up, it's something that would have to be addressed. Because, it might be cost prohibitive for the smaller, and if it turns out to be that might be subject to a text amendment for this scale of solar facilities. Yeah. But we don't know that yet.
Yeah. Does anyone feel strongly about this item such that they would want to ask us to change the condition?
I prefer the condition, the way to simply to give staff the need. I don't know what they'll need or what kind of pressure they'll be under, so I prefer to give them as much leeway as possible.
I tend to agree. Everyone on the same page there? You still have the Board of County Commissioners that you can talk to about it. But
and the time frames, the 5 years, part of that was looking at technology changes. What else has changed in the area? It was to take into, check in every so often to make sure it was operating the way it was supposed to, and that it's, other things coming in around it we didn't have other potential impacts. So, if it's minimal, county zoning and codes goes out and have us a look once a year and says, nope, nothing's changed. That's pretty minimal.
Yeah.
But it has that safety valve in it. So
I appreciate what you're doing to help keep our light bills lower. I truly do. And my hope is that as you work year over year with county staff, that this won't be a problem for you guys. But in terms of making a change in the language tonight, we're not prepared to do that. Okay. I want to thank you guys very much. Anything else? Any other? Yes.
Go ahead.
You're first.
Oh, on the fire thing, I think you guys should have the requirement to reach out annually to the to the local fire department and say, hey, do you guys want us to do anything this year? I don't think it should be on the fire department to contact you, because they're going to be dealing with whatever else is going on in the community. So I think that is a requirement that you reach out to them. Now, whether they want that training that year or not is up to them. And these forces a lot of them are volunteer, right, Charlie? Yeah. So new people come and go all the time. So you guys really have to take that. So I think that has to be a requirement that you reach out to the local fire department, not as needed, but kind of like you have to just make some kind of contact with them, and So that's why I'm saying I don't know that we should put language in here, Gary, that says as needed, because I think it's too vague.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to change it. I think what we ended on was that there was enough inherent flexibility in there.
Yeah.
That they got to the same place.
Right.
And again, as we get into this, we might find the need for a text amendment for this
Right.
scale of project.
Yeah,
'Cause-
especially in rural areas. I mean,
Right, because my hope is we'll see more smaller projects
Right.
than we'll ever see larger scale
Right.
projects.
right.
I'd want my volunteer firemen, if I'm rolling up on something that's full of electricity, I'm about ready to spray water on it, I'd want them to know what to do.
Well, if you remember that meeting, they said their response most likely will be to contain it with inside the fence. They're not going in. They're
Yeah.
going to contain it. So,
Yeah. On that, I would just like to say, I do think it's really important to think about it as we're out in the county areas. Being someone who understands our fire response is a little different, I think it's really important that the fire response be included or contacted regularly. So I would agree with that. I also wanted to say, we decided not to take up the variance, but you kind of mentioned that they could take that up with the commission, and to the extent that is
Which one?
the actual variance of additional time.
Yes,
for
yes.
30. And I would just say I actually would be a little hesitant for anyone who would be thinking about that. I don't know if that would be would it come up in the next meeting, I guess, as they go to the county or to the commission.
If they chose to, it'd be a part of their request, just the same way it was here.
Yeah, so I guess I would just say I'd be a little cautious about that, simply because we don't know about the technology, and so much of what it sounds like was built into the regulations was the review and check, and make sure that things are being done properly, that technology is like advancing as it should, that the land's being used properly and whatnot. So it seems like you could get a variance, I would imagine, or an extension at any point in the life of the CUP, rather than having to do it at the beginning, especially if it's a 15-year equipment, right? You're gonna know before you're renewing the equipment. So I just seems like, unless there's a reason that 25 years was so, if it wasn't really important that you picked 25 years, then maybe not. But it seems like you picked it for a reason, and I would just be hesitant to roll out an additional 10 years.
it was chosen for a reason. There were people arguing everywhere from 5-year up to 40 years. And it came out at 25 based on some of the information we collected from experts in the field. And we know that it has some impact on financing, but the decision by this commission to recommend approving it at this and the county commission approving it at 25 was based on changes in technology and the fact that if there were any changes, there's nothing to say that the applicant can't come in and apply for a new conditional use permit prior to the expiration of this one, and then it's extended for another period of time. It just triggers another set of review processes for uncertain, fast-changing technology on a large scale. And, the other trigger was any substantial change, like we want to add batteries. That will trigger the need for a brand-new CUP. So there's nothing to prevent asking for a new CUP that goes for different timelines. It might impact the private contracts between the company and the landowner, but that's not us.
Other thoughts?
I think I'm good.
Result?
I'm good.
Commissioner Munch, I haven't been watching closely. Anything from you?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, concerns for this applicant? I'd entertain a motion.
So there's we're just reading the language.
I think by the time we've talked it all through, we're leaving the
leaving
language alone, feeling that they either go somewhere else with it or they've got the room in it
Okay.
to get done what they've asked.
I could entertain.
Please.
I move that we approve a conditional use permit CUP-23-00079 for a limited scale solar energy conversion system use in the northeast corner of the intersection of East 400 and North 1700 roads, and forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second. Mr. Brodo? Jeff, would you call the roll, please?
Point of order. Does the commission would like to discuss before going to vote?
Thank you. Any further discussion? Comments?
I just want to say this was a great exercise on a smaller scale for a first time to go through. I hope people got some answers from the two of us that were on and Mary. There's three of us here that were very much in tune with what was happening throughout that. So I'm glad for all the questions, and I'll answer any other ones you have at any time. So, and the LISA issue is one I'm glad it's coming up, because it has been left open. There's still a subcommittee out there.
It's an open switch, yes. We have that
hasn't been addressed.
Yeah, I think I would say that this has been really interesting and very helpful. So thank you as we're getting ready to think about a lot of this and the wind stuff that's coming up. So so thank you for all of that. But I am excited about the small scale. I'm inclined to support this because I'm excited about this as renewable, small scale, back to our local community. So that value system is really exciting for me. I am a little concerned about some of the agricultural use, some of the rural concepts of the access emergency services and some of those kinds of things that I think need to maybe be fleshed out some, but on a small project like this, leaving in all of the requirements of the checking in and talking to the right people and reviewing at appropriate stages, I'm inclined to think this is a exciting project.
I think you're going to find a lot more information if the large scale one that's been in the paper actually files a request. You're going to see more detailed reports because it's going to trigger other sections of the code. So some of your concerns may be answered once we hit those sections of the code.
Learning process.
For all of us. Anything else? Any other comments? Jeff, please call the vote.
Commissioner Barotto?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvoir?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Because I am a Free State member, I have not said much, so I'm going to abstain from voting.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
I wondered why you were being so quiet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
I thought you guys did a great job in asking questions and saying things.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to adjourn us from the joint session with the Lecompton Planning Commission. And before we go into our next item, which will be to reconvene with the Eudora Planning Commission, I'm going to offer a 10-minute recess.
That's good.
Powder our noses. I would ask us, though, that we be back in our chairs at 20 till. I'd like to start right on time, please.
Oh, sometimes the strangest sources are true.
I think that it's about the fragility of our brain.
Use that.
We're reading this. Yeah, the local aspect that much.
It's debatable. The local aspect. But we
All right. Welcome back. As we come out of recess, we're going to join or convene a joint meeting with the Eudora Planning Commission. And I think we had notification that no members of the Eudora Planning Commission were going to be here tonight. They did submit a letter that's in the packet, though.
That's correct.
All right, very good. All right, and with that, we are on to item number 2, where we consider approving a conditional use permit for an outdoor recreation facility with therapy, Well Wilderness Kids, located at 1128 East 2100 Road. And Catherine is here tonight to talk to us about that. Hi, Catherine.
Commissioners, Catherine Week, one of your planners. Just a clarification, this is not located at, there we go. Can you hear me now? Sorry. So just a clarification, this is not located at 1128. It's the parcel directly south of 1128. This parcel is not addressed. I believe it will get an address upon approval of a conditional use permit or building permit, whichever should come first. So I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen here and see if we can get this rolling. All right, can you all see that okay? You're seeing the main screen for the presentation, correct?
We are.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is a conditional use permit. This is a little bit different use than probably we've seen in the past. The closest use classification for this type of use that they're proposing is outdoor recreation facility. And for clarification purposes, it is also in parentheses, just to remind you that it's for therapy use. This is the surrounding zoning in the area. It is located in the AG2 zoning. And as you can see, the area is primarily AG2 and AG1. This is in a little bit of a cluster of AG2. I'm going to go over some of the key points from the staff report. The number one thing is to remember that this property is being proposed to be used for outdoor therapy activities. The business is not located on the site, so this would be in support of an off-site business. It is zoned AG2, and the outdoor recreation facility use does require a conditional use permit in the AG2 zoning. The use has been described by the applicant as small groups of children that come to the site for therapy via outdoor activities. There is also an existing structure on the site that's currently used for storage and support of those outdoor activities. If approved, any applicable building permits for the use for the building and for the existing curb cuts of the driveway shall be obtained prior to issuing that conditional use permit. So they have some follow-up process to do if the conditional use permit is approved. There was also a variance request that was in process as part of the conditional use permit as well. The front setback, the existing structure on the site was encroaching on the required 110-foot setback. That has actually been approved since the writing of the staff report. That Douglas County Zoning Board did approve that on the 17th of April. So the setback variance has been acquired. So just a highlight of the review criteria, and we'll go into some of these a little more thoroughly in a moment. Just a reminder what we look at when we're reviewing for conditional use permits. That is the zoning and the uses of the nearby property, the character of the area, whether or not the suitability of the property is such for the restrictions that is currently on the property, any impacts to the natural environment, any impacts to any community facilities or utility infrastructure, conformance with that comprehensive plan, whether or not a time limit is appropriate, and compliance with zoning regulations. And I want to talk about a little bit about before we get into that too, just to let you know that we did have some substantial public comment for this particular item. Staff did receive a few phone calls for clarification. All public comment has been submitted with the packet as we received them, and it did get all uploaded in the update as of today. So we don't have any outstanding public communications, and we had some for concerns and in support. So we have a varying amount of public communication on this. And so going into some of those review criteria, I'm going to describe as the applicant has described the particular use that would take place on the property and the characteristics that will entail. The use is described as that families would come in or cars would come in through the south entrance of the parking area that's just to the west of the building and exit through the north. There are two access points, kind of a half circle drive. There are some walking trails and some open areas that are accessed via coming down around the shed where these play activity or nature activities would take place. There's a mud kitchen play area, some small logs, child-sized swings, tree branches, small gazebo, and that's where the activities are taking place currently on the site. There is a hand washing station with soap, paper towels, hand sanitizer provided to the north of the shed, and a portable toilet facility as well. There's some deck storage or a deck box for storage of supplies and first aid and support materials. They are currently proposing hours 3 days a week, Thursdays 9 to 5:30, Friday 9 to 1, and then in the summer looking to add potentially another day on Tuesday from 9 to 3 p.m. Usually there's a maximum of 2 groups on the site, so potentially 6 to 8 children and support staff during those visits. The current existing building on the site is used for supply storage and shelter from extreme, if there's weather happening on the site while they're out there. And then sometimes there are private therapy sessions with parents and therapists in the shed or shelter area. And then going into that the review criteria, one of the things that we look for is whether or not it complies with all of the current zoning standards. There are some use-specific standards for what is qualifying as an outdoor recreation facility. Again, as I mentioned, this is the closest use that this kind of fits into as far as classification goes, and that was determined by the Zoning and Codes Administrator. This particular use is much lower in impact to the site than what is described in the use standards for an outdoor recreation facility. Those are typically things that have like team sports, games, sports fields, potential concession areas. This level of activity as described by the applicant in the use of the site does not rise to the level of those. So staff does feel that it does meet any restrictions that would have been placed on that outdoor facility. It doesn't really rise to the level of those restrictions. And then it also meets the zoning setback standards due to the fact that it received the variance. It is now in compliance with those setback standards for the site. This is the general location, kind of showing you what is built in the area. It's, again, primarily rural residents and agricultural or open land. This is a general layout of the site a little closer in so you can see where the actual areas. Again, there's not anything except for the existing structure that's currently built on the site. The toilet facility is portable, the hand washing station. The applicant can get into a little more detail about what those entail. There's kind of a general area outlined where the nature activity area is located. There are some trails that the applicant may be able to kind of guide us through where those trails go. But the property is divided by some floodplain area in the center, and primarily the activity will be taking place west and in some areas where there's clearing from that floodway, or floodplain, I should say, not floodway. The parking area is to the west, just off of East 2100 Road. And again, there's 2 access points, and they would come in, traffic flow is indicated by the areas, come in from the south and exit through the north. This is kind of a zoomed in view showing where the existing structure is located on the site and the distance that was achieved through the variance request from the County Board of Zoning Appeals. That was reduced from the 110-foot setback to 91 feet. I added this slide just to, one of our communications did talk about access routes, and also one of the recommended conditions talks about dust palliative care that was recommended by the township. So I added this slide just to kind of give a general idea of the 2 most logical routes that would probably be taken to get to the site. The star indicates the property's location. The red lines are indicating what is currently gravel or would maybe potentially require that dust palliative care. The green lines are coming in primarily from the north, the south, and from the east. Their business is located in Olathe, so most likely their customers will be coming from Olathe. The applicant may be able to talk about that a little bit more, but those green lines indicate where there are the nearest paved roads, because that is talked about in the condition regarding dust care for roads. And we can come back to this slide. I may recommend adding a condition where if the applicant can decide which route is the most logical route, that route should ideally be identified in the CUP so that it is clear that they make that known to their customers that they should be going this one route, because that is the route that would be best suited for the dust palliative care. Staff is making a recommendation for approval subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. And I have a slide with those conditions on it, and we can go through some of them. The language is pretty standard from previous conditional use permits. One of the conditions that one of the review criteria that we do talk about is whether a time limit is appropriate. Staff does feel a time limit is appropriate on this one and does have the standard 5-year review and 10-year expiration, because this particular use does potentially have the possibility of expanding in the future. This will give Douglas County Zoning and Codes the opportunity to make sure that it doesn't exceed its scope in that use in support of an offsite business. So I would be happy to stand for any questions or clarifications on any of those if you have them. And I do believe that the applicant is here or in person to speak on this item tonight, if you have questions for them as well when we get to that point.
Thank you, Catherine.
Yep.
Are the LSECS here? Or online? There they are. Hi.
My name's Stephanie Novacek. I'm one of the owners of the property and director of Nature Play at Well Wilderness Kids. And I just am going to share my story. I feel like that's what I do well. So I'm a pediatric physical therapist. I have a deep passion for working with children of all ages and all abilities. And in, I think it was the fall of 2020, our location in Olathe tripled in size. With the pandemic. Families were looking for alternative measures for their children to help support their occupation of play and allowing them to have social interaction with other kids in a safe environment, which being outdoors at the time was deemed one of the safest places for the children to be. In that time, my husband and I realized we cannot accommodate all of these families. And we had this just kind of this thought about expanding to other properties just in different communities to be able to help support. We didn't want to be too far away from Olathe in case some of our, some of those families wanted to come to a different location. So we actually wanted to find property in Lawrence first because just wanted to tap into that community. I have a lot of colleagues that I'm connected with in the Lawrence area. Well, when I went to Google land for sale, this was the property that popped up. And it was just so interesting because I wasn't even familiar with Eudora at all. So then when we decided to purchase the property, we were told that this property in particular, would be very difficult to build a home on the property. Just because of where it sits and where the creek is. It was in a rural area where I felt like it was quiet and peaceful and just a really authentic, raw piece of nature that has forest and creek for kids to explore and develop their skills. And as a physical therapist, I work alongside occupational therapists, speech therapists, music therapists, and our assistant director, Lori, is here. She's a social worker. We have highly trained professionals that work on our team. And in the pandemic, we always knew that kids being outdoors was very important. And actually here in America, it is becoming more a more popular thing to have children outdoors for their early childhood education, especially. And that piece of property just I often lead with my heart. That piece of property just has such therapeutic value to it. So my husband and I, we try to be healthy risk takers, and we said, okay, we're going to look into purchasing this property. So before we did that, we actually tried to contact as many neighbors as possible. Some of them are here this evening, and it just was all very positive. And I got to know some of the Eudora Chamber members and just tried to get a feel for if this type of program would be something that the community would benefit from. And honestly, from fall of 2020 to current, I feel like the last year there's a little bit more clarity on things, but it was just a lot of unknowns at the time. And so we did have a few kids and families on the property, and we kind of referred to that as our pilot year, just seeing if it was even something that was going to work. And we were in contact with the county, here and there, asking questions and trying to learn the process of being on a piece of property like that, having a satellite location. So here we are in our, kind of second year of piloting. And again, we only have a very small number of kids that are on the property at any given time. And most of them are siblings. So if we say we have 8 kids and actually three families, then that's 3 cars that are coming and parking in the parking area. So right now, it is not bringing in a whole lot of traffic. And we are there during business hours, and so I feel like a lot of times our neighbors are at work because I'm texting them, trying to ask questions here and there. And so just our focus has been small therapeutic groups. And our hope is to offer private therapies where families can utilize their insurance to work with children. The cabin that's currently there, which is prefabricated and can be removed, I just want to make that clear, that we would like to be able to offer private therapies and serve more families in a therapeutic way. And right now, that is our sole purpose, is to offer small therapeutic groups or private therapies for families. I feel like there was one other thing that there was maybe some clarification needed that Catherine had mentioned, but I cannot recall it at the moment. So that's all I have for now.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. At this time, we'll open the floor up to public comment. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes each. If you approach the podium, state your name when you're ready. I'd love to hear from you, and we'll look online as well for anyone who might be out there. Yes, sir.
My name is Travis McCormick. I live at 1110 East 2100 Road. I'm about 500 feet south of this location, and the Novaceks have never reached out to me in the almost 2 years they've owned the property. To be very clear, I'm not against mental health or the well-being of children or anything else her business represents. I am against this business simply because it is not compatible with the area. Looking at the request, there are two groups of 16 to 20 kids. That is potentially, and worst case scenario, right? Because I have to look at it from the way it could possibly impact me at the highest level. That is 20 cars driving past my house. But these services are drop off and pickup, which means those vehicles could potentially pass my house twice. And in a 6-hour window, if she has multiple sessions in the same day, you can easily multiply this to maybe 80, 120 times vehicles are now passing my house. Based on the information that I've already supplied that's in the packet, you can see on the traffic studies and the letter from Chad Voigt as of 2020, anything above a 200 car minimum per day makes the road almost unmaintainable or difficult to maintain. Ineffective, I think, is the word he actually uses. So on North 1200, which is one of the proposed routes, the vehicle per day count is already above that. And on the south route, North 1100, the vehicle per day route count is 132 cars a day. And that was done just January of 2023. There's also another south route which measures the exact same distance, which I've also supplied in the packet. So 3 separate routes that are all 1.2 miles long. Recommendation from staff is that one of them gets dust palliative. So which one? Are we drawing straws? Am I the beneficiary, or is it my neighbors? On top of all this, the township is responsible for maintaining those roads. So the impact is not only to the people who are living adjacent to it or affected directly by the traffic, but the taxpayers of the Eudora Township who are now losing the benefit because they are having to maintain up to 3 additional routes at a higher level. There are 2 additional routes that are 2 miles long or 2.5 miles long that come from the east. To say that the route were proposed down North 1100 would be the preferred route, one of her customers actually lives 3/4 of a mile directly north on North 1200 already. I don't think they're driving around to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Good evening. My name is James Regier, and I live to the north of this facility, this property. And I too have concerns with dust suppression, and similar to what Travis raised, you know, what's proposed I don't think is you know, adequate. Who's going to benefit? You can make a suggestion to enter from one direction or another, but you know people are going to come from both ways. I mean, K10 is the primary corridor coming through, you know, our area, and so people will come that way and possibly take 1200 Road and go west to 2100 Road, or you will also have people coming from Olathe and other directions from the south coming in that direction. So, you know, to identify one road, I don't think is going to be one route or the other. You know, I think they're both going to get access, and especially if people enter the facility from one side and are supposed to exit the other, they're probably going to, they come in from one side and go out the other. I mean, what are the odds of them following the same route? I don't feel one route necessarily is going to adequately address the dust suppression. So I think you kind of have to go on both sides on that road to cover the increased traffic and effect on residents living in that area. I'm not sure where the effort was made to contact neighbors regarding this business. No neighbors that I'm aware of were contacted, so I'm not sure who they contacted, but nobody that I know that lives on that road. So there's kind of been from my angle, there's kind of been a disregard to the neighbors in the area in putting this business in place without previous contact. And the fact that the business was in operation in Olathe already just goes to show me that they're aware of the requirements for a business, what's required, contact residents, up and down the road, also the variance with the shed. I mean, if you're running a business, you know already the requirements. So it almost seems like there was an effort made to, it's the typical, let's start this and ask for forgiveness rather than following the regulations that are put in place and approach it in the proper manner. So obviously, neighbors are concerned of what, the amount of traffic on the road, what is it going to expand to, what is the increased amount of traffic in the road, going to be. And I can't speak for all of my neighbors. I can speak for myself. One of the main reasons we moved out to this area was to get away from commercial, locations like this, and just because it was zoned agricultural and residential, there's quite a fair number of residential houses along the road. It was primarily agriculture before some of those houses were put in, but I think that was a primary objective of a lot of the people that have moved out there. And so now, now we're seeing, commercial encroaching on the area that was primarily designated not for that, which is why a lot of people were there. So there's other concerns, but my time is up. So
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
I'm Wendy Regier, and I live at 1140, just a few houses north of the property in question. So my thing is, I also never contacted. I found out about this because she had like a Zoom luncheon with the local doctor's office several months ago, and I'm good friends with somebody that works there, and she's like, hey, I think there's a day camp opening up by you. And I was, well, what are you talking about? And so, we drive by, we can tell something's going on there. And it wasn't until some other lady came in the office recently and said that they had plans to put other buildings there and talking about how great it was. And that's when I sent an email to the zoning people asking, you guys aware this is going on out here? So my thing is, I try to follow the rules. I think most of my neighbors do, because the neighbor to the north and the neighbor to the south of me both wanted to build metal buildings on their property. They had to get a variance approved first. They had to get a signature from all of us. We all had to sign off on it. So I don't know why this person didn't, but it seems appropriate that you would do that if other neighbors were required to. So I just have a problem with people doing, you start a business, you're having people out there, building a shed, building basically a rock driveway that's pretty lengthy and wide, without any approval whatsoever, and then we'll just go get it on the backside. I mean, that's not how you do things. I think if you guys let this slide, it sets a tone for other businesses that I can just do whatever. I can start a business tomorrow in my backyard, and I'll just beg for forgiveness later. I've had several friends in Eudora that said, yeah, why don't we all just start a business then, if there's not going to be any, regulations or fines or anything. So, and then the deaths is also a problem, because we already have people flying down our road. I mean, I'm waiting for the day when there's a wreck because somebody lost control, but it hasn't happened yet. I know it has with some of the utility vehicles, but not an actual car. But I just think Johnson County is loaded with parks. That is the one thing Johnson County does well. Their parks and their libraries. Go to a park. Their parks are huge. Stay out. I mean, we don't need that in Eudora. We don't need somebody who's not going to follow the rules. Because my question is, what's next? What else are you going to do? You did all this, so what else can you maybe do and not get away with? That's all I have. I have more like Travis, but
Thank you.
I'm limited.
Is there anyone online? I see Whitney. I can't see the rest of the name. Whitney, would you like to unmute and speak on this? Yes.
Whitney Schneider.
Whitney Schneider.
May I go?
Please.
As well. Hi. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sheree Geary. I am the mother of 2 young children, daughters, 1 and 3, Calliope and Elodie. They've been attending Well Wilderness at the Olathe location for the last year. To be quite honest, even in the country, there's not very many opportunities like Well Wilderness. They not only support my children through semi-private groups that are small, of only 6 children, as well as private therapies. And they also provide a lot of mindful parenting that is just really necessary with kind of the state of our youth and everything going on in our country to support families as a whole. I myself have had the opportunity to meet a lot of the families that attend Well Wilderness, and we all come from a very mindful background of trying to raise our children in a very holistic nature environment. The Eudora location specifically is different from our Olathe location. The Olathe location is more farm-based, so a lot of the families are excited about having the opportunity to have something more outdoor and a more forest environment. So yeah, I can't speak enough great words about Well Wilderness and how it's benefited my family, and how I know there's families in Eudora and Lawrence that would benefit as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Looking at Whitney Schneider still. I see a digital hand up. There you go. Are you there,
Okay,
Whitney?
can you hear me now?
Yes.
For some reason, I just could not get that figured out. Anyway, yes, Whitney Schneider and my children, ages now 7 and 4, were a part of that pilot program last year. And, you know, a couple things I want to address real quick is I don't believe that it was in Stephanie's nature to be dishonest with any of the neighbors or anything, you know, regarding that. I think there might just have been some miscommunication in that regard. But nonetheless, in terms of like the roads and the dust, I'm telling you, as parents, we would do whatever is necessary to keep this facility open. I don't know the last woman that just spoke, but, you know, the families are small. There's not a lot of cars going in and out of there. And it's not a day camp. And as far as like going to another park someplace else, this isn't just for like Olathe kids. This is for Lawrence kids. This is for Baldwin kids, Eudora kids. And the therapies that they provide out there are unmatched by anything else that is offered around here. Not just, you know, Douglas County, but in Kansas, probably in the States. You know, we've gotten further and further away from nature and the learning opportunities that they provide for our kids. So, you know, like Stephanie had mentioned, okay, I'm going to say real quick too, that my oldest is atypical, has autism. And during the pandemic, he didn't receive any of his services. That's OT, PT. And this was a very incredible opportunity for him and for our family to receive those services outside, outdoors. And I can't fully express the not only the gratitude that I have for them and what they did for both of my kids. My youngest is typically developing, but they just offer so much in terms of therapies, all of those things. Both kids improved physically, and just like their overall resilience, and I'm going to say health in that regard too. And as for the neighbors too, like I understand the concern, but I would also encourage you, or I would think that you would want to encourage exploration and appreciation for the land and the nature that, you know, you obviously sought out too. Let's see. Other than that, I was just going to say there's a book called There's No Such Thing as Bad Weather. And it's basically kind of, now I'm losing my words, but anyway, comparing,
Ms. Snyder, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
well, then I would just suggest that if anybody's got the time or want to check out that book. But the value that our family and the other families I know got out of our time at Well Wilderness is immeasurable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else online?
I would like to say something.
Yes, please.
My name's Emily Musel, and I am actually a Learning Ally staff member of Well Wilderness Kids and an occupational therapy assistant. So I just want to say that from what I've worked with Stephanie, and especially from this Eudora location, I can't describe how amazing it is to see how kids develop and where we are meant to discover the world. And instead of our screens and all the things that people buy, there's the nature out here that is willing to provide us with everything we need to develop from the ground up. And I think what a lot of us don't realize is just that these natural opportunities, so looking for worms, using those fine motor skills, appreciating what's around you, realizing like the mindfulness, and using a lot of our brain body connections, which go back to development, which then helps kids in the future with education and being able to attend classes and sustainability, performing, but also like as a person becoming, having a wider mindset. So I just wanted to say something that I've seen a huge difference in just the kids. I've worked there, and I've worked in school districts and other outpatient therapies indoors, and it's not the same. So thank you for letting me.
Anyone else in the room? We'll switch back to the room for a minute. Yes, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Mindy and Nick Aguilar.
Hi.
We live at 1128 East 2100 Road. Our 5.1 something acres connects to the Novacek's north border property line.
Okay.
The Novacek's parking lot, the cleared and graveled area, is on the northern edge of their property, and our home sits on the southern edge of our 5 acres. So we, of all our wonderful neighbors that have spoken today, we have the most direct and unobstructed view of the goings-on of the Novacek's property, the comings and goings, and what's going on over there. The most I personally have ever seen over there was 2 cars. The gatherings are very infrequent and very small. The most, like I said, the most I've ever seen is 2 cars. The most my husband has ever seen, and I believe it was on a Friday or something, was 5. There's 5 cars in my driveway every day. As
far as the traffic and all that, the Eudora's a growing community, and the traffic, a lot of the kids are taken from the high school coming over to 1100 or it'd be 1200 Road and going around to miss the town and stuff. And some of them might go the other way like that, but everybody in that road has the opportunity to get dust palette treatment on their own. And and sometimes we do. I missed a date before, wasn't able to get it. I hired a separate contractor to put dust palette just for our benefit. So, it's not, we all have the opportunity to get it if we need it. So, and like I said, the traffic coming to that place right now, I like what they're doing and for the kids and all that, but I don't think it's where people are getting their
very
information on the amount of cars that are coming down each road. I don't think there's not that much traffic from this business.
I've personally, on a nice, beautiful spring day, you'll see more ATVs running up and down the road than what I've experienced coming from the Novacek's property ever. The the property just west side of the road. It's a farm menagerie, novelty, chicken coops, and every kind of farm animal you can, right up next to the road. And the looky-loos that come by to check that out and see what new inventions and artwork pieces that he puts out is also, I think, generates more traffic than the Novacek's property does. I can have my family over for dinner, and we're going to generate more traffic than the Novacek's property will.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Anyone else online? Drew, anyone? Anyone? I'm sorry?
I would like to go. I'm a staff member of Well
Sure.
Wilderness. I'm a learning ally, along with my friend Emily. And I would just like to say too that I don't think it's in the Novacek DNA to be dishonest. I don't think that is what they were trying to do. I think just miscommunication has happened somewhere. But I just wanted to say that not all children belong in a classroom with walls, and just the rich benefits that they're getting from this type of social emotional learning out in nature is just so amazing. And I just hope that we can continue that. I agree with the traffic, with the Aguilar saying that typically there's not more than 5 cars in the parking lot. And I think that's the most I've ever seen, and I work there. It is very minimal. So I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding with people thinking this is a day camp and a very large program, and it is not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Back to the room. Anyone else in the room? Going once. Once we close public comment, we won't be coming back out. All right. We have a couple minutes here for the applicant. If you wish to answer any of the questions, concerns, comments that were made, you can have 5 minutes to do that.
I feel like I should be turning around and talking to these folks here. So I just feel like my integrity is being questioned, and it's not been it's not been a miscommunication, it's been lack of communication. Yeah. But I think honestly, I connected with the neighbors that are closest to us and found comfort in that, and a few others. And I was not expecting to be this emotional, so I'm so sorry. I think one of the reasons I am emotional right now is because if we're going to do this program and offer this program, I want support from the community. So I just right now, I feel like just the last couple of years, again, we just didn't know if this was going to be something that was going to work or be accepted. And by no means was I trying to deceive or be dishonest. Right now, I'm saying to everyone that's willing to help us, whether it's county commission, neighbors, other professionals, help us. What are we going to do? I mean, we purchased 6 acres of property, and we can only access 3 of it, because right now they're telling us we can't access the back 3 because we need to have a bridge that's built across the creek. So we're using very small space in this property to do wonderful, amazing things with these kids. And I want to keep offering that, I really do. But I also need support from the community. So I told Nick and Mindy, we're willing to help pay for the palliative care for the road. If I need to tell our families to drive a certain way, they'll do it. They will do anything to bring their kids to us. And I do much better, honestly, just sitting down and talking one-on-one. I've gotten to know them so well because I care. I want them to, I don't want to disrupt their lives. But I don't expect everyone to be as passionate and like believe in my mission as much as I do. I'm very aware of that, but I do want support, and I don't want anyone to question my integrity. So that's all.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring this back to the commission. This is a conditional use permit. Amazingly, the same 9 criteria that we talked about on a larger solar project also apply, but maybe with some different thinking around it. Anyone like to start?
I will. If no, I mean, I'll go first. If I have a few questions, I'll start with the applicant. And this may be, Catherine, I may need you to jump in here. The applicant is offering to pay for palliative care, I think is the right term. What is that something that is possible?
So I would kind of direct you to that final condition that's listed in the staff report. And typically, this is typically how they're framed, and they can be changed, and the county commission can determine what's appropriate for palliative care. Typically, there may be one route to a property where they would assist with palliative care from the property to that first paved road. In this case, I provided a slide showing that there are, in fact, multiple routes. It probably is onerous to expect the applicant to provide palliative care or assist with palliative care on 3 roadways. So it may be appropriate for the county commission to determine that perhaps they assist with the palliative care on East 2100 Road, which is the main road they're using regardless of the way that they are traveling to the site. And the graphic was only put in there just to kind of show you that there are multiple routes to the road. And typically when palliative care is included as a condition, it is good to include some direction in the CUP to state which areas they would be responsible for assisting. And the county commission is ultimately the decider in whether or not they're going to assist in annual, if there's already annual palliative care happening there, whether or not they're going to assist in that, that would ultimately be determined by the county commission. But the condition was put in there to kind of guide you in that discussion as to how we want to make the recommendation to forward it on to the county commission for consideration. And the main reason that it was included in the first place is because the board, the Eudora Township Board, did make that clear that that should be a condition if they're going to be supporting an offsite business coming to a rural location, that they should be in some form assisting with that dust preventative measure. So it was included as a condition. Hopefully all of that information helped to answer or guide your question, and I can elaborate more if necessary. So,
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask a follow-up, Gary?
Sure.
Could I ask the applicant a question? Ma'am, could you come back? As far as, so you've done this, is that correct? You guys have been at this location for about a year?
A little over.
A little over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning on expanding, or is this kind of where it's going to be? I mean, what do you foresee as far as traffic and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, and I can definitely appreciate that question. Knowing that we can only access that small front area in front of the creek, I guess that would be on the west side of the creek. Like our plan is not to expand to like even our Olathe location. I want you all to understand, like, our Olathe location is like where my husband and my 4 children and I live. Like, we live on a 10-acre farm, and we have maybe a total of 60 families a year that access our business. And we have a lot of land, like usable space in Olathe. Eudora is completely different. It's smaller, like it was not meant to like accommodate 60 families. I think Travis may have mentioned like 16 to 20 kids. Like, we do not plan to have 16 to 20 kids on that property at any given time. And part of it is because it's a different type of land that like safety is of utmost importance. So like, we honestly, as professionals, like, feel only comfortable with no more than 8 kids and at least 2 to 3 of us professionals on the property at again any given time. So if there's any expansion, it's like right now we're only there like 2 half days. So how we would want to expand maybe is to add more days. So that was in our application was for this summer, maybe to add another half day just to accommodate more families. Can I foresee what the future is going to look like in 5 to 10 years? I mean, I don't know, but right now, like, we actually wanted to start offering more private therapies, one-on-one, you know, which would be 1 child and 1 professional. So that is our current plan.
Thank you.
Can I just make a quick comment that can't foresee what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years? If you look at staff recommendations 6 and 7, 5-year review, 10-year review. That's why we have these review periods, to see if there are changing conditions. So that's already in there. So I don't know. I guess I can go. But I have some questions for Catherine. When an applicant comes forward requesting a conditional use permit, how much does the planning process you look at what's been done in the past that may have been in violation of current codes?
So this is a good segue in for me to explain that this applicant actually came to the county before there were any complaints on the property. They came seeking the county's information on how to go about the process, what to do. Now, granted, it's taken them a while to get to the process, and their use has kind of creeped in before they have gotten through the process. And in the meantime, from initial contact with the county, there was a complaint that was turned in the kind of in between the time where they had initially contacted to get the process started, gathering information, and then went ahead and started using the site, kind of jumped the gun a bit. So it wasn't a matter of they were in full-blown use and the county came after them. They actually sought the county's help in getting through the process. So there's a little bit of mixed communication in that regard. So they did initiate the process themselves. So I just want to make that clear.
My second question were just how many complaints have been made about the use on this property?
According to the county, 1 complaint has been made. I don't know what the nature of that complaint was, but since the time that they had started using 1 complaint.
And it's true that both for city and county, most enforcement is complaint driven.
Correct.
So unless
yes.
there are complaints submitted, the county is not going to go out and look for problems. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you have, just to touch on a couple of what your recommendations are. Number 1 is to approve a building permit through Douglas County Zoning and Codes before the conditional use permit is issued. I assume that's for the existing structure.
Yes, and since they're going to use it, you know, to accommodate people from the public to come to the site, they would need to just make sure they don't need a change of use permit because currently it's a storage building for anything else. So they would need to get the applicable permits, whatever those might be, from Douglas County Zoning and Codes.
So that would mean that if the conditional use permit is ultimately granted by the county commission, if it's found that the current structure is not in compliance with current county building codes, it would have to be modified. Is that correct?
That's right. They would have to bring it up to whatever standards need to be made to do whatever use they are doing in the structure.
And the same would go for the driveways in Eudora Township. That would be reviewed, and if the driveways are incorrect, they'd have to be corrected.
Yes, and just so you know that the Township Board has weighed in on the driveways. They do not have an issue with the way the driveway is laid out or the 2 access points, but they still do need to get that permit to solidify that process.
Yeah, number 3 is the health department for the portable toilet. So if the facilities as 1 porta potty isn't sufficient, that'll be addressed and have to be modified to get the permit, correct?
That's correct. And that would be part of that building permit process. That would be one of the reviews that would go through that.
And I can just go through the rest, but all of these, we've had this discussion in the past on why conditional use permits contain items that are already required by other parts of the county government permitting process. And that's so that the conditional use permit can actually be enforced if there are violations of those particular permitting processes. Am I stating that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why we have so many for this. And is this land use permitted in this zoning category currently in the county?
It is if it has an approved conditional use permit.
Okay. So essentially, if anything happened in the past, it's going to be brought up to code if this passes. And it's a permitted use going through this process. So
that's correct.
That's where we are with our land use decisions tonight. Oh, another, I can go on. There are some things in the letters that kind of disturb me a little bit about hunting on properties next door, and this wouldn't be safe for children. But I have to say, as an attorney and all that, you're responsible for where your bullets go. So if you're firing towards somebody's other property, you're responsible for that bullet, where that bullet lands.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's like a notification. Can the applicant speak to that? I mean, are you notified when there's hunting around you?
So this is a fairly new issue for us. This year especially, I've contacted Nick several times just asking, like, is this normal? Because again, like, I'm not familiar with the area. And so we've done more investigating, and we think we know where it's coming from. But I want to continue to ask, like, you know, for other, like, community, like county support to know for sure that the bullets are being shot in a contained area. Because I mean, we do have kids on our property. And so there was actually last fall a couple of times that we actually rescheduled our sessions because it was hunting season and I just didn't want to even go there. And then anytime we see like there's really inclement weather, we also reschedule just because, you know, we only have that one shelter. So, you know, we have really understanding families that know, like, we're trying to keep your kids safe, but I also want to do my part in trying to, like, ensure as much safety as possible when the kids are on the property.
Yeah, it sounds like you probably need to have like open lines of communication with your neighbors, as you've said you want, you know, because
I do.
More of that, the better, safer for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and try and make excuses, but I am a mother of 4 children. 3 of them are teenagers, and I'm running my business in Olathe, and so it is a time thing, and I do need to make time for it. And we purchased the property during the pandemic when people weren't doing face-to-face communication. It just, like, again, yes, I would like to have more face-to-face conversations because, again, I want the support around our program.
And one more question for Catherine. What are the notice requirements for a CUP in the county?
I believe it's quarter mile. Correct me if I'm wrong, Becky or Jeff. It's either a quarter mile or half mile for the county items.
It's a half mile.
Half mile. Thank you.
Your knowledge, were those notice requirements met?
Yes.
Okay. Way to go.
If you have more to go, go.
No, let somebody else go.
Anyone else? Charlie?
I would say what I see here, I think, is fairly typical of what happens at times. Ms. Novacek, I will say, I think your comment that it wasn't miscommunication on your part, it was simply lack of communication. So here are our neighbors who moved out to this place that is an agricultural area, and then word gets out where there's some kind of camp going in here, something's happening, we don't know, we see cars coming down here. I would say that's where the tension arises, and this is not to put blame on anyone. I heard Travis say to start out, I'm not against therapy. I'm not against kids getting out in the woods and having an experience. It was just taken by surprise. It just happened, and only one set of neighbors, the closest ones, the South Drive and the North Drive, kind of met, and they could see, and that was easy. but we've reached a point where it is unusual for neighbors to show up at 20 minutes to 10 at night and say, we're concerned about what's going on here. I would really encourage you to make contact. The other thing is, those of us who live on gravel roads, dust is an issue, whether it is one car or that darn farmer down the road that's driving back and forth and stirring things up. I've had to pay for dust palleting on the road, but that may be, and I heard you say it, but that may be an offer you need to make and really talk about what is going to happen on that property. The shed got moved in beforehand and people are going, what is this? What's going on? So I would hope that communication, whatever happens with the CUP, would occur, and it's probably going to have to be initiated by you. And here are a dozen people, 10 people sitting here tonight, lived there for years, who have a connection with that land. We who live out in the country are an odd lot. In a good way, So anyway, that's where I think the tension has arisen, and you're getting neighbors that come and talk openly, and I really appreciate that you guys would come and say, we're concerned. We are concerned about this. It affects us, and we're worried about what's going to happen. So that's my 15 cents worth.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah.
Mike, did you have something?
Yeah. Trying to come up with the best way to word this. Knowing that some of your clients' children, and even calling the children they're your clients, fall in the spectrum and are special needs young people. Myself, having served for 10 years on the East Central Kansas Cooperative for Education, the SPED board for Wellsville, Baldwin, and Eudora, that provides all the SPED service for the schools there, and having interacted with lots of those kids, what, if anything, do you have in place right now as just a simple security measure? I hear you say you might have 4, 6, 8 kids, 2 adults. If you turn your back to keep one of them from darting out into the dirt road, because I'm 3 miles or so from this area, but I know what, and I'm going to say the teenagers of that area and some adults do up and down that road, which is drive too fast. What, if anything, do you have in place or are planning on putting in place for that safety?
So currently, the way that it's set up, the parents bring the children down past the park, down away from the road, and our hopes was to actually put up a little like picket fence with a gate that would close, that only adults would be able to open and close. But we haven't done that yet because we're going through this process. We didn't want to, do anything else until we went through this process. So that's one option. And then we spend the session is 2.5 hours, and other than coming up to use the porta potty, which the kids don't even like the porta potty, they think it's disgusting, and so we have little like potties down below. Like the kids we're all down below, so they're not up by the road. And then we have promises, not rules, that we really teach the kids that they're to stay with the group, and they know that their parent is to come get them, and they don't just run out into the parking lot. And so we feel like with the ratio that we do have, like we can really keep close eye on all of the children. And if there is a child that requires more one-on-one support, which the mother, Whitney, that spoke, like her child got one-on-one attention. So we as professionals assess that, and we assess how much support each of the kids need when they come to our programs.
Okay. And have you at all throughout all this, and I know it's just, as you'd call it, the pilot program, have any plans or have you reached out at all to ECKCE and talked to them?
What does that stand for? I'm sorry.
East Central Kansas Cooperative for Education. It provides all of the SPED services for Eudora schools, Baldwin schools, and Wellsville schools, the headquarters in Baldwin. And it might be something to think about in the future.
And just curious, like the benefit of reaching out to them.
They might have
resources
for you, or you
connections.
might be able to provide a resource for them.
Sure. Yes.
Just something to think about in the future.
And again, I think we've just kind of halted everything at the moment until we have a plan to move forward, whatever that might be.
All right. Thank you.
Before you go, back to the issue of children in this road, have you had any discussions with the township or the county about road signage, about children at play signs or other specific warning signs to caution people to slow down for this area?
So I feel like many neighbors have the, slow down signs along the road right there. So we put out our yellow children at play signs. They get blown over all the time. So yes, need something more permanent, because I don't think we're the only ones that are concerned about the speed of cars passing by.
I think that's a concern on every gravel road in the county. I'm guilty of probably going too fast at times, and
me too.
I've lived on them in the past. So I know what the dust is. I know what happens on those roads. I know what traffic is on those roads, and I can appreciate all the concerns and also the safety issue, because a lot of those roads just aren't safe because there is very little to no enforcement out there because there's so little traffic.
Right.
It doesn't justify it.
And that's just like another...
Permanent signs on the side of the road might be something to look into with the township on how that might be arranged if this goes through.
And that's just another thing that we've considered in this whole process of discernment, I'll call it, over the past couple of years, just questioning, is this safe for children? Are we doing the right thing? Is this something where we really want to permanently be there? Community support, safety, all the things. And it's definitely been just a journey. So even being here tonight is part of adding to the discernment. Should we stay? Should we go? That's kind of where we're at.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayden, Commissioner Duber, Commissioner Munch. Once back around, any other comments, concerns?
I guess I have a comment.
Yes.
I'm a little concerned about the build and then ask, I understand that there was some miscommunication, but I do see why the neighbors would be concerned that that things were built not with appropriate permits and then pretending like that didn't happen. I don't think it makes me uneasy. I'd like to at least recognize that I don't think that's a very neighborly way to begin the process. And then some of the concerns that the neighbors have, I don't really feel like are addressed in when we talk about how many people, or when we see CUPs, I think I'm new, but I think often we talk about time limitations or we talk about capacity limitations, and I don't really see any of that here, and it could be simply that it's just not needed, right? But I do just notice a little bit of a lacking of detail about how the operation would work, and compared to some CUPs that I've seen and their neighbors here that have actually raised those concerns. It'd maybe be different if there were no concerns raised, but and then because the neighbors got involved in the process a little later, whether it be because they weren't within the notice or because of lack of communication, just doesn't sit particularly great with me. I love this project. I think it sounds wonderful. I love the idea of getting kids out into the rural areas, and probably the neighbors ultimately, it matches their value system. They live out there for a reason because they love it and they want other people to appreciate it. So having a place like this is actually something very valuable for everybody that lives on that road, probably. But I just am a little not hesitant. I mean, I'm inclined to apply it or to approve it or recommend approval, but I just, it makes me, I guess I wish that there was a little bit more communication so that the process could have had a more natural inclusion of what the actual concerns are, and then everybody could leave here happy. If that makes, I mean, not, that doesn't happen very often. Like, nobody leaves here happy, but like at least the communication to where like these are my concerns and they were heard and they have somehow been somewhat represented. Since we're really dealing more with lack of communication than absolute business that is completely not a part of the character of the neighborhood. Yeah. So I don't really know what to do with that or how I'm going to end up voting, but I am, those are the concerns I have.
You want to explore either the duration or the capacity question with Catherine and how she came up to the recommendations that she made?
That'd be great. I'm not really super worried about the 10 years, but more about the capacity and the time and the daily time frame, right? All 7 days of the week, or what are the hours of operation? That I think I am interested in how that came to be and how that's not really included as a limitation.
Sure. So Catherine.
Yeah. So the applicant has described it as currently being a 2-day, like 2 session times, and possibly adding a 3rd day with another 2 session times during the summer. I particularly did not put a time limit on there because based on weather and changes in group size, whether it's private or, small groups of 4 children, those times might change. And due to the small nature of the scope of the current plan, that's something that could certainly be added. But at this time, having a 5-year review and the 10-year expiration gives Douglas County Zoning and Codes an opportunity to make sure that they are not, expanding beyond the scope of what they asked for to begin with. That's why I didn't put the capacity or the time frame on there, because that left it a little bit flexible for them to change their days or change their 2-hour session times to different times. But it could certainly be added as conditions if you deem that necessary.
Answer the question?
Yeah, I think I did. I mean, it didn't make me feel any better about the neighbors not having answer the question.
Only a time machine to do that. Are you inclined to want to add any conditions at this time?
I haven't really heard any or any been proposed that I feel like need to be included or added to it. So okay. I think it's probably just an up or down vote for me.
Okay. Thank you. One more time around.
Yeah, Catherine, to follow up on that, have there been any, these types of questions, have they come up with other recreational conditional use permits in the county, and how were they addressed?
Well, so this one is a little different. So I think we did have a conditional use permit for a soccer facility a few years ago.
Which was never built.
That fits more, but the proposed use fits more cleanly into what is described in the code as an outdoor recreation facility. This is outdoor recreation, but it is not to the level of impact that is typically what we would see in that outdoor recreation facility use, as is indicated by the use-specific standards that are in the code that talk about, fencing the large parking areas and having lighting for game fields directed away from neighboring properties, and whether or not concession stands can operate. And this use is very low impact outdoor activity, and it doesn't really rise to any of those levels. So the conditions are completely different than what we would normally see on an outdoor recreation facility.
I just felt it was worth asking that question, since the last county commission meeting that reviewed one of our special event permits came up with that question about why there was so much variation between different permits, and could they be standardized? So I'm sure staff is now probably watching and listing what's going on with.
Yes, in fact, the county commission asked after that Board of County Commission meeting for that last special event item if there, we had a history of how many those type of uses, what were the standard conditions, and have we been carrying them forward? I think staff has, tried to carry standard conditions forward on similar type uses, but the whole nature of a conditional use permit is that they're conditional and they have varying context issues for each one. So even though they're similar, there may be some nuances within the conditional use permit request that prompt one or two different varying conditions from the last one. So that's kind of the nature of a conditional use permit in itself. So.
Thanks. I mean, this one certainly seems like it's very self-limiting in what its uses can be. There's no request for lights. It's going to be during daytime. It's going to be when kids are available with their parents, which puts limits on it. So it's not like an after hours party joint. Yeah, I can see why you have trouble comparing this to just about anything else, other than maybe a Boy or Girl Scout camp. And those would even be more use than this.
Yeah. Because the camping. Good points. Any other comments around the room? Entertain a motion.
Motion condition CUP-23-00081 for an outdoor recreation facility with therapy use located just south of 1128 East 2100 Road, based on the findings outlined in the body of the staff report, and forwarding on to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation of approval, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Is there a second? Commissioner Peroto? Comments?
I'd say, I just would say for the record, I think I'm inclined to support it because it is so self-limiting, and like some of the concerns that the neighbors have probably are going to just take care of themselves naturally. But I do hope that there'll be better communication back and forth and everybody can make it work for everyone in the neighborhood. And I think that can probably happen because it seems like there's an interest in that. So I think despite my earlier comments, I just wanted to be clear. I think that the self-limiting nature of it is taking care of it.
Well said. I couldn't add anything for my comments.
I would echo that, and then also any reservations I have, I believe will be handled as those following conditions are met as the process is followed.
Any other comments? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Barotto?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
A heartfelt thanks to all of you who came out tonight to share your thoughts and help us work through this topic. Thank you very much for being here.
And please share your thoughts with all the different county agencies that are going to be involved in this process. So your input is heard at every level of the permitting process.
Indeed. With that, we will adjourn the joint meeting with the Eudora Planning Commission and reconvene the Lawrence Douglas County Municipal Planning Commission meeting. Are we okay to get into item 3? Anybody need a break? Let's march through. Item number 3, consider approving a conditional use permit for a vacation rental use located at 1017 East 1600 Road. Kyle Kobe is here to present for us. Kyle?
Thank you very much. Kyle Kobe with Planning. As was just stated, this conditional use permit application for vacation rental use at property address 1017 East 1600 Road. The subject property is zoned CP, Cluster Preservation District, and the existing use of the property is a detached dwelling, as are all surrounding properties, though the subject property also abuts AG2 Transitional Agricultural District zoning as well. No physical changes to the property are proposed with this application. The existing structure complies with the setback standards. The parking requirements for vacation rental uses is 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Since there's just one dwelling unit, the parking requirement is 2 spaces, and a sufficient amount of spaces are provided on the site. The applicant has indicated that only the residential structure on the eastern portion of the property will be used for the vacation rental use. They've also indicated that the property owners directly adjacent to the north will serve as property managers when the owners are away. Several conditions of approval are shown in your staff report for this item. These conditions were taken from the most recent vacation rental use CUP application and are the same as were approved by the Board of County Commissioners for that item. Planning staff is recommending approval of CUP-23-00078 to allow a vacation rental use at 1017 East 1600 Road based on the findings of fact found in the body of the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This concludes my presentation. I am available to answer questions. I believe the applicant is present in the room.
Kyle, thank you. Are the Kellys here by chance? Would you like to come up and say anything? Yep.
All right. We just want to thank you all for being here. I sat on a zoning board in Jefferson County, and I understand the nature of what you all do, so thank you. Secondly, we just are applying to do this so that I can seek some more treatment. As we travel for treatment, then we can supplement our income by renting out our property. So that's kind of that in a nutshell. We've got some great neighbors to the north who are going to help us in this endeavor. This is our primary residence, so it's very important to us that we have lots of safeguards in place. And I think that's basically it in a nutshell. If you have any questions, please ask away.
Thank you. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? Anyone from the public here to speak to this item? I don't see anyone in the room. Is there anyone online?
Nobody online.
All right. And just by practice, we come back for the applicant, but I think you're probably there. Yep. All right. Let's bring that back to the commission for discussion. Is there
Quick question for the applicant.
Yes.
Come back up. It's too bad we had to have you sit down.
That's all right.
First, I'm glad to see this as your primary residence and a use that you live on the property that this is going to be. You've had an opportunity to review all the staff recommended conditions.
Yes.
Do you see any issues there for you?
None.
Thanks. That's it.
Yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Question for Kyle. Hey, Kyle, so if, let's say that, there's a gathering of, I don't know, maybe tens of people, is there a requirement to notify the neighbors that, there's going to be increased traffic? Is that even possible to have, 10 people there or more people? Like, are there any limitations on what can be done at the property?
I think that in the case of tens of people or some kind of outdoor gathering or something, that sounds like Carl's here, so he can answer this better than me. That might be something that would trigger a special event permit of some kind. I could be wrong about that. But okay. As far as occupancy limits, I think that would be kind of just the, I know that the applicant has a limit that they're proposing. It would be based on bedrooms, something of that nature. I don't know if there's an upper limit in the regulations for this just because we don't have those just yet. I know that with the previous one, we kind of talked about a limit, but ultimately that got removed for a variety of reasons. So we didn't include it on this one.
Okay. Yeah, please.
So I tried to get our contract that we're going to use with our renters ginned up for you this morning. Progress. Pretty rough, but I did submit that before 10 a.m. this morning, and it does have a firm occupancy limit of 7 people, 3 children, 4 adults. That's kind of how our house is laid out, and that's what it will fit, and so it's just never going to be a party house.
And you're aware that if there is a case where there's more people that you have to notify the neighbors, and there's a county requirement to do that, you're aware of that,
Absolutely,
right?
But okay. That's just not even something that we're going to entertain.
Okay.
This is just a vacation rental. It's not for events or weddings, and it adheres to the firm 7 adults, 4 adults maximum, 3 children maximum.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, and you said your next door neighbor is going to help
Yes, sir.
manage the property when you're not present.
that we share a common driveway.
So if there is a violation of your contract, they would be empowered to enforce?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes.
Other comments, questions? Commissioner Munch?
Yeah, just a general comment that I just want to state that I appreciate that the applicant is going through the proper channels to have this set up and approved, because I can imagine there are other folks in the county that don't go through this trouble and aren't here on a Monday night, making sure that they're doing this the right way. So just, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're going to add something to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we were also very jealous of we visited the location. It's very pretty, so. Yeah.
Gorgeous place.
Very nice.
Anything else? Go around the table.
Our time making the comment about the long list of staff recommendations, and the reason that those are there, just for new people and for the county commission reminder, those make those enforceable under the conditional use permit regulations. So a violation of other county code can trigger enforcement actions and possible revocation of the CUP. Because that question has come up before, why is there so much in here?
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Great point. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. No other comments? Entertain a motion? Anyone?
I can do it. Yeah.
All right.
Nobody else.
You become the motion guy. Pass the torch.
Approve the conditional use permit CUP-23-00078 for a vacation rental use and forward to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings of fact found in the body of the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second?
I will second.
Mr. Kelso? Discussion? Jeff, please call the vote.
Commissioner Barotto?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Best of luck to both of you. All right, on to our last item tonight. Anybody need a break before we go?
Nope.
We're going to recess 5 minutes. We're going to take a quick 5 minutes, sorry.
Okay.
Quick 5. Use it. And for something completely different comes a request to rezone approximately 20 acres located at 1121 North 100 Road from AG1 to AG2. And Mary Miller is the planner. Mary?
Thank you, and I will be sharing my screen again, just real quick. And as you mentioned, this is a rezoning request for about 20 acres from Ag 1, or the agricultural district, to Ag 2, transitional agriculture. The subject property is located in the southeast corner. It's actually located at 1121 North 100 Road. It's about 1 mile north of Franklin County line and about 1.5 miles west of Highway 59. It's outlined in green. This is the parent parcel. The rezoning request is for the west 20 acres to go to the Ag 2. This is not within the urban growth area of any city, and it's not within the 3-mile planning area of Baldwin City, which you can see to the right in blue. The proposal is to rezone the western 20 acres so it can be divided into 2 parcels for residential development as shown. And the applicant provided a narrative of the proposed rezoning and use, which was included with the staff report. The rezoning would allow the division of the 40-acre parcel into 3 parcels. With the current Ag 1 zoning, the property could be divided into 2 parcels, 20-acre minimum each, through the agricultural subdivision boundary survey, which is an exemption to the subregs. One of those zoning review criteria is the zoning and land use of nearby properties. As you can see, the surrounding properties are zoned Ag 1 primarily. There is some Ag 2 to the north and to the south. Predominant uses in the area are agriculture, detached dwellings, and woodlands. The proposed rezoning would increase the Ag 2 zoning and residential uses in the area south of North 100 Road. We look at the compliance with the character of the area, and again, we look at about 1 mile from the subject property. And this map that I'm pointing to kind of shows the density and the current land divisions in this different quadrants of this area. North of North 100 Road, we have quite a few smaller parcels, especially near North 100 Road and up to the northwest. Other small parcels are primarily to the south along and near North 1 Road, which is the Franklin County line. The proposed land division would continue the development along East 1100 Road, but it would also introduce smaller parcels into this quadrant of the area, which currently has fewer and larger parcels than the other quadrants. The figures on the right show the current land use of the property. One is just an aerial, and the other is from the Douglas County Appraiser's Office. The areas that are highlighted in yellow have residential uses. Everything highlighted in purple are classified as agricultural use. So the majority of the area in this southeastern quadrant is agriculture. This table is from the staff report, and it shows the number of parcels and their sizes in each quadrant. The southeast quadrant does have the fewer parcels, and it does have the largest number of parcels that are 40 acres and above. In staff's opinion, the rezoning and residential development may alter the character of the area. Another criteria that we review is the compliance with the comprehensive plan recommendations. We look at Chapter 2, Natural Resources. Recommends we protect high quality agricultural soils, and also we protect contiguous amount of agricultural land. High quality agricultural soils are identified in the comprehensive plan as Class 1 and Class 2 soils, and approximately 25% of the property contains Class 2 soils, and I'll have a graphic showing that later, but the majority of this is located on the eastern side of the parcel, which is not included in the rezoning request. In Chapter 3, Growth Management, it recommends we protect the rural character. And the action steps for that is to minimize agricultural land conversion to non-agricultural uses, and that we maintain working lands and high quality agricultural soils. Since the creation of the 2 agricultural districts in 2020, the Ag 1 and Ag 2, 5 rezonings from Ag 1 to Ag 2 have been processed. Two of these were special cases in that the rezoning allowed a land division but did not increase the density above what would have been possible with the Ag 1 zoning. I think there were 6. I'm sorry, I said 5, but I think there were 6. One rezoning request was denied and 2 were approved. And this recommendation to minimize agricultural land conversion was considered in all the rezoning requests, with the note that the plan recommends that the conversion of agricultural land be minimized, but not necessarily prohibited. And with that, the properties were reviewed for compatibility with the surrounding area, as well as the suitability for agricultural uses. Properties that were of an infill nature, that is, they were adjacent to other Ag 2 zoned parcels and were seen as just filling in that district, were seen as more acceptable for rezoning, rather than properties that were in large contiguous areas of Ag 1 zoning or that extended the Ag 2 district into the Ag 1 district. This shows the parcel size in the southeastern quadrant. As you can see, many of the acres, the properties along the north side are nearly 40 acres. We do have the smaller parcels along the road to the west, and then we have the very large parcels. In staff's opinion, this rezoning and land division would not be considered infill and would be out of keeping with the development pattern of the surrounding area. Therefore, it would not meet the criteria for minimizing the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. And this criteria is something that we're developing as we review rezoning requests. So it's possible we may refine that criteria now, but we're just basing it off of the criteria that we've been using with the previous rezoning applications. Other factors we look at is what is the suitability of the property. The uses in both districts are basically the same, so the property is well suited to uses in both zoning districts. The property is not vacant. It was developed to the residents in 1997. The western 20 acres that are the subject of this rezoning have never been developed. The rezoning would allow the creation of 2 additional residential parcels in the area. Without the rezoning, it would be possible to divide the property into 2 20-acre parcels for 1 additional residential parcel. And the applicant noted they would like to divide into 2 10-acre parcels so their sons could live on the property. The new residences would take access from North 100 Road and East 1100 Road. Both are local roads maintained by Willow Springs Township. Willow Springs Township did not provide any comments on the rezoning, so I don't think the amount of traffic is expected to create any detrimental impacts on the transportation, and no detrimental impacts in nearby properties are anticipated from the rezoning. And then we look at what would be the gain to the public if the rezoning request was denied versus what is the hardship on the applicant. If the rezoning application is denied, the land use pattern of larger parcels south of North 100 Road would be maintained, which would help maintain the character of the area. The hardship the denial would impose on the property owner is that his children cannot build on separate 10-acre parcels. With the current Ag 1 zoning, the land could be divided into 2 20-acre parcels through the agricultural subdivision boundary survey exemption. In addition, an accessory dwelling unit could be constructed on each residential parcel as long as it has a minimum of 6 acres outside the floodplain, provided the criteria in section 12-306-1 of the zoning regulations are met. And then we look at the impact on environmentally sensitive lands. And the property does contain mature trees, which could be considered a native woodland. The comprehensive plan refers to native woodlands, which would primarily be woodlands that have native species. It also has class 2 soils, primarily on the eastern side of the property. It would be possible to protect the environmentally sensitive lands with either rezoning and even with the land division that's being proposed. If the rezoning is approved and the western side of the property is divided, it would be divided through a certificate of survey. And one of the requirements is that the environmentally sensitive lands would be placed outside the building envelope, so that it would not be possible to build in the woodland or on the class 2 soils. And then we look at the agricultural suitability, and the LISA system that has been in the process for a while was discussed earlier. It's not completed, so we can't get a score as far as what would be the level of protection we'd like to see on these, but we kind of look at the parameters and the criteria that were being developed at the LISA. This shows the class 2 soils in orange, and as I mentioned, most of it is on the east side. That's not the subject of the property. I'm sorry, the subject of the rezoning. We look at the farmland classifications. A prime farmland is basically where the class 2 soils are. The blue area is farmland of statewide importance, and then the red area is farmland that is not prime or statewide importance farmland. The farmland that is statewide importance does contain that large woodland, so there are constraints to agriculture even in that area. And this graphic shows the constraints. There's about 11.5 acres of the woodland. We aren't using any of the border areas. Those look like they're mostly just smaller, perhaps evergreen trees. So the assumption is this would probably be the majority of the native woodland. And then the house, the yard, and the driveway would also be not suitable for agriculture. So with the amount that's not agriculturally suited, about 65% of the site would be suited, and about 95% of the entire site has either prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance. Based on that information, over half the property is well suited and available for agricultural purposes. Dividing the property to create 2 additional residential parcels would reduce the area available for agriculture. Staff's recommendation is to forward the rezoning request to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for, I'm sorry, it says approval, but it should say denial. I guess it's very seldom that we recommend denial, but that should say denial, and I apologize for that. We recommend denial of the rezoning request based on the factors that the rezoning would alter the character of the area. It would utilize agricultural land that appears to be well suited for agriculture and would not minimize the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. The applicant is present today. He's in the audience, I believe, and I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Mary. I think the Grococks are here. Cock, you have 10 minutes to...
Let me see if I can get this to work now. Sorry, Denny. Oh, there we go. I don't know who did that, but that was pretty cool. Wait, did I do that? Bear with me here. Look at that thing move. I'm not moving it. Somebody else is. Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
He's magic.
It's been a long night. I will try to get through 30 years in 10 minutes. It's my wife, Michelle. I'm Brad. We got the report on Thursday. Had a chance to read through it. And we're going to kind of fill in some of the blanks that don't show up from satellite images and so on and so forth. So I thought this was going to work. Not working. I need a... Okay, it's moving on its own again. There we go. Nope, go back. I can go back one. Hey, nope, that's back 2. There we go. And part of what we're going to be talking about is not just the land, but the people. Thank you for taking the time to hear us. I know it's late. I'll try to get through all this. I think it's important to note, when we purchased this land, we're not natives to Douglas County, but we've been here for about 40, 50 years. We purchased the land. We purchased it for people that were out of state. They very rarely visited it. They tried to extract everything they could from the land. They had no interest in the property. We were the antithesis of that. We wanted to create a place that we would stay forever and have legacy and hand down. And even though I wish we could still buy land in Douglas County for what we paid for it then, it was all we could do to bootstrap that and get it. But we found this 40 acres, and you know that was big for us. But we had good models for this. We come from farming background. It's northern Indiana, southern Michigan, southwest Michigan. You're seeing a photo of 5 generations. That's on our porch. And I think the important thing there was, this is what we grew up with. And that wonderful lady in the middle is my grandmother. In that photo, she's 98. She now lives in the home she built with my grandfather the year I was born, 1964, on our farm. That's what you see on the right with the little dot. That's in Elkhart, Indiana. That's on our land. We used to farm 450 acres. And this has been reduced down to 30. There's also, as you can see, I-80, the Indiana Tollway, that went right through the middle of it in the 50s. That's when we got out of farming as a family. The point I'm sharing this with you is we've had that background in what we wanted to accomplish. My grandmother lives in that house by herself, and the only reason she does that is because she's got, in 2 of those houses, 2 of her sons. My youngest cousin, her grandson lives right behind her. Her great nephew lives right next door. They don't drive to see her. I don't know if that's carrying. They don't drive to see her. My voice is typically loud. They walk over multiple times a day. That's how she stays at home, how she ages in place. We wanted to create that for our family. Again, 20-year-olds, they're actually the same age we were when we moved to Douglas County. And my question is, how do we accomplish this? How do we make this work in 2023 for my family here? When we moved here or bought the land in 1993 and then later built, we were very, very busy building a life, building careers, building a business. I worked out of this house with my corporation for 20 plus years, virtual before pandemic. Raising kids, raising crops, raising livestock, and then the rules changed and we were caught off guard, frankly. I became aware of the 2040 plan back when there was the town halls going around. I got to know Tanya Voigt pretty well. I went to a lot of those and I found it very informative. I learned a lot of stuff that I didn't know. And I realized, number one, we'd missed our window to divide this back when you could divide it for 5 acres, 10 acres and not raise a fuss. I also learned that a big part of the 2040 plan is tied to aging in place. Interestingly, it's mostly about urban. And it raises the question for us, what about us rural folks? How do we age in place? It's a different set of parameters and requirements. I also learned very early on that, and it's right up front, it's only page 3, it didn't take me long to get to it. My granddad taught me the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. I wish we'd done this 20 years ago. Next best time is right now. So, after going to some other meetings, we started getting involved. There's wind, there's turbines, there's everything going on in our county. We'd been here for 30 years with this land, but these were some of the first meetings, with some of the first times we really became exposed to the 2040 plan. So I saw Tanya at a meeting. I asked her, and she said, let's get this ball rolling. I met with Mary on the 9th of February, and here I am on the 24th. My wife is busy taking care of grandkids and everything at home for us. Thankfully, she's here today. I saw the report on Thursday, and I understand where it's coming from. I've read the plan. Not as many times as probably you have, but I've read the plan. But it struck me. It struck me kind of interesting because the division, as you see it here, the 20 acres with 10 acres, we have 2 sons, 2 families there involved. One of them is an Army veteran. He's just gotten out of the military. His wife is at K-State. She's wanting to be a veterinarian. They have horses. This would be a nice setup for her. They can't afford 10 acres in Douglas County. My other son's a single parent with 3 kids. That's what my wife does a lot of too. And I learned a lot of terms. I'd never been exposed to infill. The thing that I found interesting in this, and when you look at the character, you see pictures in the report. When we bought the land, there's a picture, a 1937 aerial photo of our property, and it's mentioned a couple times in the report that you see. When we bought the land in 1993, the person who sold it to us was very proud of himself. He had gotten the mineral rights sold. He had gotten, people doing cropping for us. He'd also sold the logging rights. He logged the living out of that property. There's ruts up to above between my knee and my waist where the trucks came in to pull the logs out. It's taken me a lot of time to clean that up. He was very proud that he got 11 grand for it. I was sad to inform him I would have paid him probably double just to leave the trees there. What happened with that is it blew up our canopy. The woods there, the upper canopy of those old growth trees, the root system on the trees below that don't support the winds that we get on that property. I've had K-State out there. My brother-in-law just happens to teach forestry at University of New Hampshire. We've walked the land many times, and the woods, they are native. They are older growth. There's still 20 and 30 foot trees, but they're falling over. So when we got this report, we looked at the character of the area. We started saying to ourselves, what's changing about it? We read properties that were of an infill nature, that is, they were adjacent to AG2, zone parcels were seen as more acceptable for rezoning. Thought, okay, great. Well, our proposed selection is adjacent to AG2 properties, just to the south of us and across the street to the north. And if we can somehow rezone our property, southeast quadrant will still have the fewest 10 to 20 acre parcels, unless my math is wrong, and it would still have the most 40 and above parcels. I guess what I'm saying is, that the character would change. Yes, there'd be two new houses there. It'd be our sons. They grew up there. But I also think it would also add to the other thing we're talking about. It'll allow us to age in place. When we purchased this land, we purchased 40 acres. The portion that can be worked, as I've divided here on the image you can see here, is really about 20 acres. Yeah, there are trees. There's areas that have been terraced. They're wet most of the year. The area we're trying to rezone is actually about 7 acres of ag land that can be farmed. In the 30 years, when I worked in agri-marketing for 30 plus years, I also worked in the vertical integrated food channels, farm to table basically, all of which is to say the data, in 30 years there's nobody been from USDA that's taken core samples. I got on the phone with the USDA, the NRCS. I'm waiting to hear back from Jeremy at the Soil Conservation here in Douglas County. But the reality of this land, I qualify it as poor, but not because of what you see on soils. Actually, if you take our National Commodity Crop Production Index, it's about the same average for the whole entire county. The difference is that's based on large scale commodity crop production. We don't do that. We raise hogs, we have orchard, we bale small bale hay. And that's what feeds into the 2040 plan of local foodstuffs. Commodity crop, dent corn goes a lot of different places, but it typically doesn't stay necessarily in Douglas County. We raise hay, we have a lot of things that contribute to the local restaurants in Lawrence that use our meat. So when we look at this, the whole area is 20, but we need, the thing about small scale farming, it is very, very, very labor intensive. I can still work a full day, I like to work a full day, but it takes that day's a lot longer for me now. So when we look at these 7 acres, the houses can be sited on portions that are going to be insignificant to how it impacts. I know I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to wrap this up. Again, the inputs, I think I shared with some of the commissioners in a conversation this very thing, that the fertilizer costs for hay are such that I can't even turn a profit until I sell 300 bales. That when we had other people trying to crop the land for us or hay the land for us, what they were willing to give for us was just a fraction of what insurance liability coverage was. We have to work this land ourselves, or not. And so we're here basically saying, given that the 2040 plan says that we want to age in place, we don't know how we can make that work for us. We need to have families that can help us work this land. Small scale farming involves feet on the ground, hands in the dirt, and lots of manual labor. I've got grandkids, I've got kids that can help me with that. They already do. They help feed the hogs. They help do all that. So I guess what I'm asking is, this is rezoning request. We're not developers. We don't want neighbors. Thank you, baby.
I do need to ask you to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, I see that. I'm sorry. I can talk all day, but I won't. We want to figure out how we can have this transition to the stewardship that we taught our kids to our future generations. We want this to be a legacy. And we need your help to do that. How do we age in place? How do we keep this farmland? We're not wanting to turn it into a development.
Thank you, Mr. Grocott.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here from the public that's here to speak on this item tonight? Please.
My name's Malin Strom. I live at 83 East 1100 Road, so I'm immediately across the road to the west of the proposed housing. And I'm asking you to deny the rezoning request. And I'm not here to say that the Grococks are not fine people or raised great kids. I'm just here to say that the land in question does not meet the criteria for Ag 2. Ag 2 is supposed to retain the rural character, and it's supposed to be land not well suited for agriculture. The proposed housing will alter the rural character, and to me it's pretty clear it is well suited for agriculture. It was formerly in hay production, could be hayed again, it could easily be grazed, could be cropped I suppose, but that wouldn't be my first choice. Briefly, I support farmland preservation and the existing zoning regulations, and I don't see anything particularly unique about this situation. I don't see how to make this exception without making 100 more. In a few years' time, the regulations will be gutted. We've already had neighbors carve out farmland for a family member to build on. Kids lived there a few years and then moved on. The land was permanently taken out of agriculture, converted to housing, and is no longer owned by the family. There are other residential lots in the neighborhood already available. Traffic will increase on an already over-traveled East 1100 road, which is the most heavily traveled road in Willow Springs Township. And when I say we're the ones who will be most directly affected by that, I mean including the Grococks. Their house is oriented in the opposite direction, and you saw that there's a good bit of woods separating them from the proposed housing. We, on the other hand, are in a 150-year-old house which means that it's near the road, and we're directly across from where they're going to be. So the effect on us will be daily, negative and significant. On our place, we've gone exactly the opposite direction. I consolidated acres and worked hard to keep it in agriculture. We moved out there on 20 acres. I bought the surrounding 60 and worked to get every bit of it back into agricultural production. A lot of it was fallow ground. Every bit of it's being used now. On our place, our kids actually expressed some interest in building a house on our land. I was not in favor of it, and we didn't do it. Subsequently, they've relocated, got new jobs. If they had built there, it would have been exactly like our neighbors. Would no longer be in the family, would no longer be in agriculture. Summary, we did not move to the country expecting to end up in a suburb or a housing development. We had what I consider to be reasonable expectations that the area would retain its rural character. County zoning regulations support this expectation. So I ask that you not deviate from the county's stated goal and that you deny this rezoning request.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speak?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Well, most of you know me. I've been here many times, and my name is Tim Horn. I live on 1137 North 100 Road. I'm right to the east of Brad and Michelle. Known them for 30 years. When we purchased our properties, that land was nothing but rock and sand. When they were trying to produce crops on it, they were producing maybe 50 to 100 bushel beans on it. They had row cropped it and eroded it so bad, we have worked long and hard to put it back to grass and to make it better property. That is not crop ground. That has been rejuvenated, but yet it's still underneath 6 inches. There's nothing but junk underneath there. And you can come out and dig in my place anytime you want to, because I can show you. But I think it's okay to allow families to try to be families and to produce family farms if they can. I mean, yeah, you're talking peanuts compared to most family farms. Some farmers we know, I mean, all of us know them, got 2,000-3,000 acres, but most of us can't afford to do that. So with the economy and the price of property in this county, young people can't move to the rural areas. It's overburdening our towns and our cities. I've got another friend that has duplexes. He can't build enough of them in town to keep rented because nobody can afford to go out into the country. You're talking maybe 1% that can actually afford to move to the country, as when we did. We purchased our ground in '96. I give $725 an acre for that property in '96. You're not talking that many years ago. Now it's worth $10,000 plus. It's ridiculous. So, you know, youth does not have a chance. And I've known the family of many years. They're not doing this for profit. They're not wanting to divide it to make money to sell the pieces. They're wanting to produce young families in the area to take over and to help out and make a better, stronger community. And we've got a really good, sorry, been here a long time. We got a really strong community out there. We're in a lot of, I've met a lot of my neighbors 20 miles from me in the last year. And got good ones. Got good neighbors that's 40 miles away too. But, so let's just, consider this, because they're not doing it for profit. They're doing it for family. And if it was for profit, I probably wouldn't support it, but I know better. It's not for profit, it's for their family. And that's what they're trying to preserve and everything. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Is there anyone online, Drew?
Nope, no one online.
No one else in the room? Mr. Grocrock, we traditionally, by rules, allow you to answer any comments that were made by the public. Do you have anything that you want to say before we take it back to the commission?
No, I do not, apparently. Actually, there's one thing I would like to say. I got the car keys. You've heard two neighbors opposing views. Mm-hmm. And I respect both of them. I don't agree with both of them, but I respect both of them. The point is, I think on anything, we're the ones paying the taxes, we're the ones bleeding for that 40 acres. At any other time, I can't imagine that we've negatively impacted any of our neighbors. I've shared and talked, much like we heard in the prior three agenda items. I met with all my neighbors. I met with Robbie about this. We've helped each other out as neighbors. I'm sorry that my neighbor to the west sees it differently than me, but this is our property and it is our family. If you look at the rest of the property there, they've all divided for family. We're not, based on the criteria that, as I understood it, we're next to AG2 property already. If it's infill, it's straight to the north. It's a straight line of infill. I don't know how small-scale farms survive in Douglas County if we can't accommodate the succession, the generational legacy. If not, you're basically telling us that we need to find a different place to live. I'm almost 60 years old. I had my hip replaced in November. My son's drive to come over, my wife will be up tomorrow morning at 5 to drive into town to take care of our grandkids, where they could be on our property. That's what we're looking for. I'm not trying to paint an ugly picture. We chose this. We also screwed up and didn't come earlier. We've been here for 30 years. Just Foods has received thousands of pounds of our produce that feed thousands of people. That will end if we can't continue that. That's small scale farming. It doesn't show up on a USDA Silbyville loam slope 7% graded soil chart. It shows up with neighbors and it shows up in the community. So yeah, I'm pleading with you. I think we would like to stay here forever. But we need to be able to find a way in Douglas County to accommodate the small scale farmer. I've seen what large scale is like, and it's wonderful. I worked with John Deere, Pioneer Seeds, Ag Venture Seeds, De La Val Milking. I worked with Whole Foods, Horizon Dairy. That scale doesn't work in Douglas County. So if agriculture is important, the biggest area of agriculture that has to be addressed is small scale, because that goes directly to the restaurants and to the grocery stores. And it takes, unfortunately, labor. I can't find people to bail that are high schoolers wanting to go out for football. I do have a 6-year-old granddaughter that can drive a tractor now while I walk behind it. That's a wonderful thing, and do the picking up. That's what we're here for tonight. I understand the criteria. I understand, I believe, the tools you have. We won't go into Lisa or anything else that might have been applicable here. But I do implore upon you to look at this, and if you can't help us in this situation, at least point us, how do we get to stay on our land? If indeed on page 3 and on page 46, aging in place, is that only important for Lawrence and the urban areas? Or is it also important in the rural areas? And I need to know how that would work, because I want to stay here. That's all. It's late. I know everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And back to the commission. So I have a question. Mary, would you pull up that slide that shows the LISA output for that property? I guess I've got it here as well. I had an opportunity to walk that 20 acres over the weekend. And in doing that, the area that's marked 7601, how is that? How does Lisa rate that soil?
Well, we don't actually have a LISA established yet. And one of the goals of the LISA was to come up with some of that productivity. You know, when we look at 7601 on my graphic here is just shown as statewide importance, but I didn't put the productivity levels in here since we don't really have any data in order to rate them. But that was one of the goals, is that we would ground truth the property and work with agricultural experts and find out what is considered good productivity, medium, low.
All right. So there's really no data back behind this that we could use to make a decision. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, based on the fact that the LISA is not yet established, it's all subjective. You can see what they call the farmland and what they call the soil classifications and the constraints. Those are pretty simple to look at, but we can't look at the productivity and make any judgments on that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I just, so, you know, I asked about that particular area because as we walked around in that particular part of that 20 acres, it was hard pan and sandstone. I mean, the topsoil was gone. It was down to sandstone. So that's what made me curious about that. And I misunderstood. I thought this data represented some factual information about it, but like we talked about in other items, no data. All right. So I just wanted to get clarity on that. Yes.
My wife was an English teacher, and she and I disagreed on lots of things. She'd go down the row and say, "You either have your paper on my desk when I walk by or it's late. I'm not taking it." And that's what it seems like tonight. When is the time, what is the date that we switched where Brad and Michelle could have said, "Hey, we're going to split this into 2 10s, 4 5s"? What was the date?
Jeff? I'm hoping Mary has the date, because I don't have it off the top of my head, but I would suspect it would be the date that the county adopted the latest zoning regulations, but I may have that wrong. Mary, is that at the moment?
That's right. In 2006, they passed the new subregs, which got rid of the 5-acre exemption when you could have just divided it into 5 or 10-acre parcels. In 2020, the new zoning regulations put in zoning so that you could still do a certificate of survey, but you had to rezone first. That way we could evaluate. We were getting a lot of certificates of survey and dividing a lot of land. And so they wanted to be more determinate about where is it going to be? Does it fit the criteria? So rezoning was added. You can still do it. It just has to be rezoned first.
There is, and I agree with you, there is no guarantee that 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now that your kids are going to stay on that property. But what a noble thing. Some of us were talking about it earlier. In Douglas County, that $700 an acre land doesn't exist. Now, for your kids to buy that 10 acres from you, if you were to sell it that 20 off, you're talking a couple $100,000 at least for that land. And what we have said is, in one part, we want you to age in place. We want you to I guess have your family there. And yet, here is somebody who is saying, we've been here for 30 years, over 30 years now. And I am torn, because on the one hand, I say, I have to look at character of the area, and we're going to face lots of issues about character of an area. But when I hear you talk about family, my grandparents lived with us. We had my mother-in-law live, a place for my mother-in-law to live with us so we could take care of her. And now we have a regulation that we have in part instituted that says you can't have your kids there with you and your grandkids on that property. And that breaks my heart. It truly does. I disagreed with my wife when she'd walk down the row, walk by a kid, and he didn't have his paper right then. She'd say, tough luck. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person that says, tough luck, Michelle. Tough luck, Brad. You should have done this 2 years ago. Boy, how stupid were you? What was wrong with you? But in essence, that's what the rules say, and I would hope that we as a commission could look at individuals and make some, what I consider, more appropriate ruling. The small farm is going to go away. It's going to go away through taxes. It's going to go away through something. If we don't give people that live and have bled blood, sweat, and tears out on that land, if we can't help them, it's hard for me to be a part of that.
Thank you, Charlie.
Is a solution to build more houses on the small farm, taking up more land out of the possibility of being farmed?
Are you giving Charlie Thomas the right to make decisions?
No, I'm asking you a question. I mean,
what I'm dealing with is two people who are sitting here before us.
I know.
That have made a request to have their kids and grandkids be there when maybe it'll never happen to you, but it happens to me, where you said that day is longer to get the same amount of stuff done. I see that as noble. I see that as something that I would like to promote. And can we do it within the regulations? I would hope. I would hope we can. So, Jim, other than to say Brad and Michelle are sitting right here, I can't speak to everybody in the county. I can't speak to every situation.
Well, what we're hearing here is things that touch me very deeply about the small farm and family. I mean, many families build additions on their houses for grandparents, or have family members move into their existing house, or have families that live next door or nearby in existing homes and move and go short distances in between. We have a land development code that we have to look at. And it really doesn't address this type of issue. I have to agree with you. It does not address this type of issue because that is not a land use plan. And that's considered in our code. What it is it's a family dynamic small farm issue that isn't reflected in the land development code. And I really feel that, and I understand the conflicts. I mean, I feel the conflicts. I want to just say, do what you want. But we have a code, and which leads me to Mary, is there any way to accommodate additional structures on this property without rezoning it?
Yes, there is. They can divide into two 20-acre parcels through that agricultural subdivision boundary survey. Each parcel could have a residence, and each parcel could have an accessory dwelling unit, which is the provision put in the county code to allow aging in place. People wanted family members to be able to live close, but it doesn't allow the property to be divided so it could be resold. You just have to have at least 6 acres if you have rural water. You have to have 10 acres if you have well water. And each structure would have to have their own septic system. Those are those requirements, but it would be possible. We want people to be able to age in place and to have the ability to have your family or farm helpers, farm employees can live in these structures. So that would be a way to get what they want. And there is a size limitation on accessory dwelling units. So I believe it's 1,000 square feet or 1,400, provided it's not more than 80% the size of the principal building. So you can go up to 1,400 square feet with an accessory dwelling unit.
So there is an alternate path to have two other households on that property without rezoning it.
Yes.
Yes.
Could you get a variance on the size?
You could request one, and I don't believe Carl's here anymore. They have the same criteria that our Board of Zoning Appeals does. So you can always request it. And it's completely up to the board if they feel the criteria are met. But yes, that's something you could request a variance from.
Question for the Grococks. Were you aware of that path, the ability to divide into?
Sorry. Gary,
so the question was asked, is there a path for you to get at what you want without rezoning? And the answer was, from Mary's perspective, yes, you can. You can divide into two 20s, and then you could build a house and an ADU. There's rules around the size of that. Were you aware of that as a path?
I was aware of it in not quite that much detail. I think the biggest concern we had when that was presented to me was, one of my sons has 3 kids already, and at the time, the girl he was dating had a kid. So there's 2 adults and 4 kids, and which house do they go into? I think my wife, who you've heard from, would probably have something to say about giving up our home. I don't know when the exact timing of this will happen. Again, I have a daughter-in-law that's going to be a veterinarian. I don't think she's getting out of school tomorrow.
Yeah.
There is need for large animal vets in our part of the country as well. To answer your question in a very roundabout way, but now directly, we hadn't considered that. This was when I went and met with Mary on February 9th.
Yeah.
This is what we deduced as being the best prospect, knowing full well that we missed our window. There's no grandfathering in, but at the same time, I don't think we're alone in this proposition. When I look at other neighbors and small farmers, how do we stay in business farming without the labor, without the generational? And how do we age in place?
We definitely don't want to try to solve for all of the others.
Oh, I know.
Might want to do the same thing you're doing. I'm not sure that serves your ask, but now that you've heard that, and you've been given 3 seconds to think about it, how does that strike? Is that a path that you would want to go and consider
or explore?
I would like to. I wouldn't be opposed to exploring it, but
So instead of building two things, we could build 3
or 4,
because we could build 2 she sheds, big she sheds, and a big house.
Yep. That's what we're hearing. Accessory dwelling units
Accessory dwelling
coming
unit.
into style to deal with just the type of issue that you're
Yeah, they're just
Bringing
not
up.
big enough, so maybe put two of them side by side.
Or you ask for a variance.
Yeah.
You could ask for
I get, and those are the questions that would come up versus this proposal. Knowing both of our sons, I went to KU to be an architect for 3.5 years. I know a little bit about, I built that, I designed the house we're living in right now. That's why my wife's, because she had a lot of input on it, kind of reluctant just to give it up. But the siting, interesting that, and those of you who walk that land, there's going to be no agricultural land lost. Agricultural land that currently could be pasture. And Tim's right. The hard pan's there. We've been letting it lay fallow. We've been slowly trying to bring it back. That's going to take decades for any kind of crop or anything more than hay. And the hay's pretty weak when it comes to baling. But that said, regarding the houses, we could put one house, and it wouldn't even touch pasture. It's in the trees we planted. We planted over 1,000 trees on our property. We fed a lot of deer with those saplings, but we planted thousands of trees, all the pines, all the red cedars that have encroached, all the maples, all the sycamores. Those are us. Those aren't native to those areas. So where I would see putting the trees would be on the northern edge, or putting the house would be on the northern edge, so it has a southern exposure.
So it's unfair to ask you to try to puzzle all this through standing here tonight.
Well, thank you. It is, my mind's spinning.
I guess the question that I'm wondering to myself is there a path to defer this item for some period of time to let you think about these other options that now are have a little bit more clarity, rather than ask us to make an up or a down vote today and see if that path works for you?
I'm just going to say, if there's an up and down vote today applying the code, you already stated in your presentation what you felt the answer was going to be. So I'm looking for alternative paths to deal with these issues you brought up that our code isn't specifically designed to address. But there are options built into the code that allow other possibilities, which I feel you haven't had the opportunity to adequately explore.
Well,
I don't want to be a vote that shuts a door on you until you've had the opportunity to explore all those options. So although they're very, very rare, and they usually only happen when we get to 11 or 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning at a planning commission meeting, I would entertain a motion to defer this to allow you to explore alternate paths and what those would mean for you and your family before you come before this board for an up or down recommendation of approval or denial.
Well, when you put it like that, Mr. Carpenter, yeah, I think we probably should think about it that way. I can only speak for myself.
Yeah, I mean, when you met with Mary, I think she guided you that this was the best possibility.
Well, this is the easiest course to look at through the code, because what Mary's talking about is putting into effect things that aren't used all that often, but they exist.
Mm-hmm.
So to be fair, I don't think Mary led you down the wrong path.
We're not saying
it just reached this conclusion that it doesn't comply with the current code as it's written. But if there are options that allow you to accomplish the same thing without rezoning, I would encourage you to explore those more in depth.
And based on what I heard shortly here is that an ADU has limitations that could be applied for variance to meet the need, and acreage.
Which is dependent on the size of the main house. So those are numbers you would have to run by Mary about just what's possible on the size properties that would be accomplished through this other option she just mentioned.
And if you found yourself going down a different path and not rezoning and splitting and going that route, and if at some point in the future life brought challenges to that, the opportunity to come back and ask for that
would be present.
Is still there.
You still have to split it into 220s to do, yes.
Well, that's what to look at.
Yeah, you still have to split it into 220s and have a main house and then a ADU on that, and an ADU, right.
Yeah, it keeps everybody whole on code, and you could think about where you drew the line on how you split, but there's so many things out there for you to maybe consider to explore this.
Okay. And rather than keep everybody up here to.
Well, we'll stay as long as.
Well, we can't.
There's nothing more important than this right now.
Yeah, there's no way we can accomplish this tonight because these are major land use decisions.
It's existential for us.
That really have a lot to do with you, and we can't. I mean, we always end up using our judgment, which often is contrary to the judgment of the people that get up and speak, but it's always based on the code. But I don't think we've explored all the code options.
Okay, well, and clearly I'm not aware of those code options, so thank you.
It's unusual. Usually we put that on the applicant, but usually the applicants aren't the small-scale farmer.
Brainstorm a little bit here. Commissioner Duber.
I was just going to say,
suddenly find out in the staff report there's another option.
Having walked your land with you, I don't think adding to whatever we end up calling them changes the nature of the neighborhood. It seems like it's in, so I just want to state that I agree with what you're saying as far as it seems to be a place where there are smaller lots.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Well, and to say that adding family is going to change the character of the neighborhood when the whole character of a rural neighborhood is built around family.
Yeah. And but for the code, after having seen their land and understanding what their plans are, I would be an absolute fast yes, but for the code. But if there's a way that you can accomplish this and still maintain everything, it's worth exploring.
Okay, I keep walking back, but I guess the question is, you guys deal with this way more than I do. What's next then if we decide to defer?
You talk to Mary.
That's a great question. So Jeff, can we lean on you for just a minute? What kind of advocacy can someone like Mr. Grocock expect? A lot of times when someone comes to us, they have engineers and architects and five-figure support. How can we support an individual?
Usually when we have these pre-application meetings, we have these discussions, we ask, what is that intent? What is the goal that you're looking to get to? And then we try to figure out all the different code avenues that are a way to get to that spot. And so we do that analysis. We kind of do, not like a full staff report like you have before you this evening necessarily, but these are the process routes that are potentially there. Kind of try to line those out for everybody because not very many people read code like planners read code all day long. And so we try to make it as easy and as approachable as possible. But yeah, you reach out to staff, we could definitely help you go through the processes and go through, this is the pros and the cons on every one of those different steps in there. So you have all that information, and then you can say, this is the best way forward for us, or this is the one we want to pursue because we think this is a good outcome. And we're always available to help you on those fronts.
Okay, that's fair. And to be fair, Mary was helpful at that February 9th meeting. Carl mentioned this ADU thing, but we didn't explore it simply because we didn't know what it meant. I was the one at the meeting. I didn't know what it meant. And truthfully, this was decided as probably the best approach given the codes.
Yeah,
but
sure.
So, yeah, I would think, again, back me up or turn me around.
And this is easy to happen when people don't all speak the same language sitting around the same table.
Sure.
People make
Absolutely.
assumptions on what the other person is asking. And so it was brought up to you about another option, but you didn't latch onto it, so it didn't go any farther. So now you have that option. It's open. It's here. We're suggesting it be looked at by staff and everyone else. So you're going to get some help in exploring other options.
Sounds like a plan.
Without going contrary to the current code. So
I appreciate you being willing to think about that. Whatever you do, don't give up on your dream.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's we've got to step forward, and that's the main thing.
I'd accept a motion to, before I do, anything else we want to talk about?
I was just going to say thank you for your presentation about this is what we want, how do we accomplish that? I think that was really helpful in framing and helping us frame the discussion instead of just simply a lot of what we hear. Like it really, I think, was very beneficial. So thank you for that presentation and the uniqueness of your situation and what you're trying to do.
Jeff, before there's a motion, could you just explain the rules regarding deferrals by the Planning Commission?
You do have in your bylaws the ability to defer an item for further study and information, and you can put either, a time limit, like, you want it back at the next available meeting, or you can give it a little bit of an indefinite one to let the applicants go through processes that, may take more time. So if you'd like to defer it, you don't have to give a date, but it would be assumed that it would be, some date in the near future that it would return to you if it chooses to return to you.
So, it sounds like best practice would be to set a date, but it would be the motion could say how long out, and that could just come back with an update, or if there's any modification to the request, which could result in another deferral if necessary, correct?
Correct. It could also end where a different route is chosen and the applicant chooses to withdraw that application and pursue a different route, and that would be the end of that application.
Okay.
Shouldn't this be based on what the applicant wants? I mean, maybe the applicant doesn't want to defer, maybe they want to reconsider. I mean, what right? Is that a fair?
We can.
Oh, we decide.
Defer.
Oh, yeah, but what does the applicant want? Does the applicant want?
Well, that's what we've talked him through in the.
He wants to defer?
I think that was the suggestion.
I can confirm, we would, based on what we've heard here tonight, we both think that's probably the best approach.
To defer?
For us getting what we need.
Okay.
And for you guys staying within the codes that have been established.
Well, I'm trying to set it up, we're asking for it, because we don't usually do deferrals as a request to the applicant. But if we set it out, if you set it out for a specific time,
Yeah.
and if it's not ready, it won't come back. It could be a deferral.
I'm just saying, if he
by
gets what he
staff.
wants, he's not going to have to rezone.
Yeah, we're not saying yes or no tonight.
Right.
Right.
He just has the option to pursue it if he doesn't get what he wants.
We're not shutting down any options
Sure.
tonight.
Understood.
And the other thing is, if you set it for like 3 months,
Right.
things are going to happen and decisions will be made. It won't be indefinite.
Sure.
And it gives the applicant the option. They can withdraw their current application, submit a new application, whatever it felt best to bring it back, or just come back with new information
Right.
for the commission to consider at the time.
Sure.
If we don't set a date on that, if we don't put a requirement of a date,
We lose it. You lose track of things.
Also, at some point, it doesn't become a deferral, it becomes a different kind of a problem that you have, which is the indefinite deferral, which is almost like a de facto denial.
Moratorium.
Yeah, so you do have to usually set some parameters around a deferral, or at least some expectation of around a deferral for that one. But you can lengthen that time limit out for some time to allow for that study and review. So it doesn't have to be next immediate meeting in all.
I just want to make sure that as we're asking them to go through it, you made a comment, try to make it as easy, code as easy as possible. Those two words really just don't go together. And they might need some time as they get into it. I don't want us to set a date that they run up against and all of a sudden they're in a jam. That's my only concern.
Then you just grant another deferral. This is commonly used in the courts.
I'm
You
fine
set
with
something
that.
out.
I
and
just
you
want to make sure.
have-
I just want to make sure that
basically-
that's understood.
Right, it's basically a review hearing. It doesn't make a decision what will be made that night.
Fully get it. I want to make sure that they know that they don't have an absolute countdown timer running.
There is the option too, if you grant a deferral tonight on this application, they can request deferrals to allow for additional time while it's still in reviewing and processing. So just because you granted it and set a date, they may not be ready. So they can ask for deferral so that, still lengthens it out. So they have adequate time to go through those reviews and do what they want to do as part of that. So it's not that you set a date for 90 days, it immediately comes back. If they're not ready, we would not bring it back.
Given all this, Mr. Carpenter?
I
wonder if you'd
don't
make a
make
motion.
motions.
I didn't know that was an option. I'm just not making any. Okay.
Well, this is easy. I move that we defer this matter for 3 months to give the applicant the opportunity to explore with staff other opportunities under the code to accomplish their stated desires.
I second.
Motion, second discussion?
If Brad and Michelle decide to do what we have said, put an ADU on their 20, their choice would be either to come back to us and say, I'm coming back and we're asking for the same thing. That would be one choice. The other is, pardon me, to split off that 20, which they could do. We're splitting off that 20, then we're out of it. Then they can go to zoning and build a house and an ADU there, or just build an ADU on their property, or an ADU on both properties. So it may be that they would never choose to come back.
It might be.
Unless they'd said, we want to come back and have you guys make a decision.
That might be the case.
So,
And one more is there might be options, items in the discussion that do require that those items come back. So
Okay.
there's lots of variables here.
okay. I think this is a good approach. I think that is a reasonable approach.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Munch, any other discussion? Please.
Commissioner Barota?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvar?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Very, very good work tonight. Thank you all so very much. We're going to recess until Wednesday at the April 26th meeting. Thank you all. Thanks for being here. It's a wrap.
It's not even Tuesday yet.
Are we in recess or do we adjourn?
We need a motion to recess.
Okay.
What's a motion to recess?
I move that we recess until Wednesday, April 26th.
This close.
Yeah, I know.
This close.
Almost had it.
April what day?
26. Yeah, 26 at 6:30.
Motion second.
Commissioner Barota?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Duvar?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelso?
Yes.
Commissioner Munch?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
So close.